First up this morning is Miss Henry and Si Simons, Teresa Stevens, and Mr. Price. Just turn the floor over to them.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, we're fighting over the mouse. Okay, fine, Logan, you win.
You get it.
All right, so I wanted to just put some faces with the names because I know that we've talked about this project in various capacities, and today we just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of the background and the history of this and what the plans for the future of Webster Village looks like. And so today with me, I have Rich Price, Teresa Stevens, Cy Simmons, and Joni Elkins. Sorry. And Patsy sends her regrets that she was not able to be here, but we told her she was in good hands, so we'll just get started. So I wanted to start off on this with a quote, and so this is from Dr. Susan Mims from Dogwood Health Trust. Safe, stable, and affordable housing is key for overall health and well-being, and I think you'll kind of see, and you've seen that through some of the DFI things that we've talked about over the last several months. So this project, the Webster Village Partnership, as we call it, this is a collaborative multi-income housing project. And our partners are Mountain Projects, Givens Communities, and Western Carolina University. In this partnership, the intention of it is to construct a master planned multi-income housing community that will yield between 210 to 235 new housing units, targeting multiple income sectors in a challenging housing environment. And I'm going to I think I have Teresa first to talk about a little bit. I wanted to give you a little bit of a background on each of these organizations, and then we'll talk about this particular project. So you can use that.
I am Teresa Stevens. I'm the Vice President of Givens Affordable Communities. Our mission is to improve lives through community services outreach. Our focus is on seniors. And a lot of people don't know this, so I always start by saying the Givens organization actually started back in the 1970s with a HUD 202 Section 8 housing on the Givens Estates campus. So we have always been involved in affordable housing. A few years ago, the Dogwood Health Trust started recognizing that 52% of the affordable housing needs in Western North Carolina is actually for seniors. So they approached us because we're the only nonprofit developer in Western North Carolina that's focused on senior housing. And we do, this is a picture of Givens Great Laurels in Waynesville, and I use this as an example because we feel like this is a really good example of what we can do as far as senior housing in more rural counties. And it's a real challenge to get this kind of housing funded and built in our more rural counties, but the need is tremendous. You may be familiar with that, but we do a model of housing with supportive services. So we've got to embed social work and some community nursing, a lot of programming, things that help our seniors live and stay in those apartments as long as possible and just really thrive in the community.
Up here to represent Mountain Projects, and I know you guys are very familiar with the footprint Mountain Projects has in the mountains, especially in Haywood, Jackson County. Today, we've had 61 affordable houses built with the average equity of $35,000, which is unbelievable, and only one foreclosure. We've got 3 self-help houses on 2nd Street ready to be completed very, very shortly. So Patsy has laid the groundwork through the years, and Mountain Projects is very committed to affordable housing. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Rich.
Real quick.
Miss Stevens, the Givens Great Laurels What kind of rent are you looking at the one in Waynesville range?
Um, it would be very similar to the project that we're proposing because it is a mix of low income housing tax credit and HUD 202 funding. So the majority, well, 30 at Gibbons Great Laurels, it's hard to say exactly what the residents pay because 36 of the apartments are HUD 202 cracked, which means they don't pay any more than 30% of their income. We look at their income and they get some medical expense deductions. It's kind of like doing your taxes. So there's an adjusted income, and then their rent is based on that income. They do not pay any more than 30% of their income for their portion of the rent. HUD pays the rest, which I think right now is around $536 a month. They pay their portion, HUD pays their portion. So that subsidy is crucial to serving the lowest income seniors. That is the kind of funding we're trying to get into this project at Webster Village as well. Then the tax credit rents are $600, $700 a month. That is also income based, and we income qualify people there.
Good, thank you.
And before Rich comes up, the income guidelines for our 35 units is about $54,000 for a family of four. So Mountain Projects does the turnkey operation. They take the family and they help qualify them. They help them through the whole mortgage process. So we're there from the beginning to the very end. So $54,000 for a family of four is extremely affordable. And we have a lot of teachers, assistants, a lot of people that, could qualify for these 35 houses. So,
Those loans through USDA or
yes, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Board of Commissioners. It's a privilege to be here for just a few minutes of your time today. WCU, you know what we do. You might find interesting why we're here and interested in this particular project. I represent the Chancellor's Division in the University in all things economic development for the region we serve, which basically we draw a line at I-77 all the way west to Murphy, but there's no place more important to us than home in Jackson County. And I don't think you'll find it a surprise when I share with you or suggest to you that some of the biggest impediments to economic growth across the state and certainly here in this area are housing and childcare. And so, like other employers throughout this area, the university struggles to be able to recruit and retain faculty and staff because of the lack of available housing. We know that employers in the area will say the same thing. The university has the opportunity, under the right circumstances, to work with developers that we've worked with throughout our history to cause multi-income workforce housing to be part of this project. That's important to us. The other thing that's important to us too is that this provides opportunities for applied learning for our students. You heard Teresa mention the additional services that they provide. That is conducive for our students in social work and nursing and physical and occupational therapy. Students in interior design who can help design spaces in this project. So it's a perfect match for WCU to be involved because again we feel like not only can we cause something to happen that helps workforce housing, but we also connect our students and our faculty to the project as well. So, Tiffany, what do you want me to do next? How do you work this thing? Where we are. This project, Mr. Chairman, goes back. It's been discussed for a number of years, even back when I was sitting in Miss Henry's position. The idea of trying to figure out a creative way to bring partners together to cause housing to be built here in this area. The hope is that if we can be successful in this endeavor, it's a model for other communities throughout Western North Carolina to follow. We know the acquisition cost of property and building costs are just astronomical, and they're an impediment to new development, whether apartments, housing, and we feel like we've done our due diligence and created a project which will serve Jackson County and the surrounding community as well. Our challenge is that while through the graciousness of Dogwood Health, we've been able to acquire the property, we've been able to do site planning, we've got all those I's dotted and T's crossed. But as you guys well know, it's infrastructure and site prep that are going to be the next big hurdle. And that is the basis for affordability on all three of these project components. For WCU's purposes, our goal will be to take the property that we acquire, and essentially for a very modest amount, we will lease that long term to a developer through our processes, who will come in and construct 1 and 2, 3 bedroom apartments for workforce, and that can be any workforce. It's not just WCU; it could be nurses, teachers, casino employees. The list goes on and on. In order for that to happen and to maintain that element of affordability, we have to be able to get these infrastructure costs, absorbed. If we have to pass that on to a developer, then it minimizes our opportunity contractually to put language in our agreement that says they must offer these rents at some percentage below what would be determined as market value. Right now, we're estimating that somewhere between $7.5 and $8 million is needed to complete the infrastructure and the site prep. We are working diligently to try to layer the requests that we're making. Like with the county, we're reaching out to different foundations. We have requests in with both Senator Tillis and Congressman Edwards' office. The state, our representatives in the General Assembly are aware of this. Foundations like Golden Leaf and others. The Southwestern Housing Consortium has already pledged some funding for this. So the more we can layer these funding requests together to try to hit that target, then the better opportunity we have for certainly mountain projects and for Givens who require these multiple income streams, but also for WCU's project to maintain that modicum of affordability. Again, that's just a restatement of what we're hoping to do. Givens with 120 low-income senior living apartments projects, up to 35 single-family homes, and WCU is somewhere between 50 and 85, depending on what the developer determines is appropriate for workforce development. And then another component of this is that our goal is to create a community. And within that community, we come to another impediment to economic well-being right now, which is childcare. And so, as so many different agencies are working to find creative solutions for childcare, we believe that collectively we can also address that need on this particular site. And there's also the intent to create space for an emergency services response bay. It's a unique idea and a unique way to approach the housing challenges that you guys are now well aware of through the work of Ms. Henry and her office. And we are confident that with just a little bit of assistance, we can push this across the finish line. Tiffany, what am I missing?
I just wanted to kind of go back to some books. I just wanted to kind of, I don't know if you've had a chance to see the site plan, and I just wanted to give you a minute to kind of just look at that on your screen. And you can see the Givens portion will be towards the front part, and then all of the green area is mountain projects. Those are the single family lots. We're trying to maximize it. You'll see all of the rest of this parcel that's on the screen is green space. We are exploring other opportunities, potentially with the rec center, that we can make some kind of walking trails, an environment for this community. And then the middle section that's in purple would be the western, obviously the child care center at the bottom of the screen, and the EMS station. And we know that these two are sort of phased down the road, but there will be space if that was something that made sense down the road. But we are kind of planning that. The child care center, we know how important that is, and through the work that Mountain Projects has done, that's part of why this has become a priority. We know how important child care is, and that's why on this site it just makes sense to be able to carve out some space and put it there.
I think you probably also want to mention too that as far as the site prep is concerned, the goal is to develop the road infrastructure with DOT specifications in mind, so that DOT can then maintain those as state owned. And again, that's another cost, savings measure that we're trying to include in this concept.
Within the project, is there, like, I hate to say this, playground or any kind of, I know this is top level, but with this many, or
Yeah, so we've talked about kind of in certain areas to do some kind of, whether it's like pavilion, garden space, givens. That's something that they may do on their property because that's part of that community. They want to be able to do that, and then all of this property that's kind of surrounding. I mean, there's some space, and if we can have sidewalks and some walking trails, and we can kind of work even a loop around, but that outside environment will be important. Do you have anything you want to add on that?
So, because we're trying in a senior community to promote community and opportunities for people to be engaged, we always include things like raised garden beds and outdoor spaces where we can. There's also hope that with that senior housing that we can partner some with the daycare, the child care center, to have some intergenerational interaction as well. So that programming and effort to create real community is very much at the forefront of what this group is talking about.
And I would share with you that as far as developers at WCU be looking at, they would have the same type of interest, being that this is going to be workforce housing for families. So certainly they would want to incorporate, some activities, et cetera. And the neat thing about this is that these three, while they're different components, they can work together and function as a community. Right. And they can use shared spaces. And we think that creates a lot of value. This site location as well, it's perfect for people who are going to be commuting in and out of there. It's convenient to hospitals, to schools. We're very fortunate and blessed that we were able to acquire this particular site.
Yeah, it's a really good location and a great site, I think.
Mm-hmm.
access to Franklin and Silva and
Absolutely.
Central.
Yeah.
And I've said it before and I'll say it again, that we have a lack of housing, and we've been covering that for the past couple of months. But seniors have such a hard time living paycheck to paycheck. Some of them just Social Security. And I have family members that struggle with that.
Yeah.
And I could not imagine them going out trying to get a place to rent in the market that Jackson County's in right now.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. I appreciate what Mountain Project's done. Appreciate all.
Yeah.
Everyone does, but I'm looking forward to this project.
Yeah, we're really excited
Appreciate
about it. And just kind of recap some of the project needs. So obviously we've been able to do some preliminary master planning with some engineering and infrastructure cost estimates. We approximate that this will need about 7.2 for infrastructure and further site development cost. If we include the child care facility and EMS base, that would be about 7.9. So that's the gap that Rich was referring to earlier.
Ms. Fox or Mr. King, that 1.5 that we have in the budget in our charitable contributions, is that kind of slated for this project?
We allocated $750 this year, and our plan was to do $750 next year. So yeah, the total of 1.5.
Thank you.
Just for this project.
Yes.
And just kind of, we talk about how important the layering of this, the investments for infrastructure will provide given communities with their HUD application. They have to, get local match, local support. It will strengthen the competitiveness of that HUD application. Kind of reminding you from Thursday night where Sarah was talking about the 4% and the 9% and how competitive those are. This being here right now and layering these funding requests are what makes that check all those boxes that Sarah was referring to. Mountain Projects, similar benefits. They will be doing more of the USDA sort of self-help, per lot funding, and this will help minimize the cost, like Sai was saying, to maintain that affordability. And then, as Rich said, same thing. It's just we're able to minimize the cost to the end user, whatever that is. And all of these are necessary to support that additional funding assistance.
and the more support we can show. And
Mhm.
if you can provide the assistance we're looking for, your advocacy in
Yeah.
helping us with these other opportunities where we're looking for funding is absolutely critical. And we're grateful in advance.
Yeah. And so this was our request for the 1.5 from Jackson County. And just kind of to recap, we're just grateful for your support. Thankful for your kind work already today. We are really excited. This has been a couple of years now in the works, and to get it to this point, we're really excited about it. And so we just appreciate you giving us the opportunity to come and talk to you about it, answer any other questions that you have, and we just want to say thank you.
For the workforce housing portion and the HUD portion, will it all be going through Mountain Projects? Will they be coming from Western? How will, in that leasing opportunity, who's going to manage that?
So, who wants to take that one? I mean, I
So
can.
Givens will manage their property, and I'll let Teresa speak to that.
That is actually a very important thing for us. We do not do third-party management outside, like we work with one for other services, but we manage and staff our own projects because it's very important to us that's a very important part of cultivating community and keeping that approach of housing with supportive services in there. So that's very important to us. We're working with Mountain Projects. The property for us will actually be subdivided, and it will belong to that project.
Which is a requirement of the HUD application.
Right. It's a requirement of the HUD application. It's helpful with the tax credit part of the application. So that's an important component of it. The same thing with Western, but then they'll do a long-term lease
That's correct.
to the developer.
Our property will be, we will acquire the property, and it'll probably be under the WCU Foundation. We will then identify what we hope is what we refer to as a benevolent developer, and we will sign an agreement with them for, again, a very modest amount of money, long-term lease. They will build and manage the property, again, with language, hopefully, that can assure that level of affordability. This is not a revenue generator for WCU in any stretch of the imagination. This is not intended to be student housing at all, because it's not convenient for student housing. This is our attempt to really try to cause workforce housing to be available here in Jackson.
And I mean, I can tell you, I think an exciting component of this is that for the single family homes, those are home ownership models, right? Where people can build equity and long-term kind of generational wealth that we talk about over time. So that is just a huge component to me of that workforce housing piece.
All of it's very exciting to me, honestly.
About 7.2 million with the 750 this year, budget year, and 750 from the county buy-in. How close are you to that 7 million with other foundations, entities?
She's taking the lead on a lot of this.
So, I mean, the 1.5 million from the county also has intangible value in showing local support, which is very important, as they were saying. We are seeking funding from a couple of foundations. The Dogwood Health Trust already has money in, helped us buy the property and do the due diligence. And like he said, we're working. We still have a big gap, so I would say we're not close. But I would say on the Givens portion of it, though, some of that money will be built into our funding application to HUD we submit that June 20th. The HUD 202 application is highly competitive, and Congress did not budget as much money as we would hope this year. If we have to, it may take us 2 years. I'm just going to say it may take us a couple of years to get it that way going. We're going to apply until we get it, because we need to keep stacking this money to make it competitive.
Right.
I think it's going to look pretty good this year. We're also seeking for the Givens portion of it. We hope to hear any day from the Duke Endowment. We've asked them also for $1.5 million. We don't know if we'll get it, but we've asked them for it. So we're piecing this together. right? And it's always that way when you're developing affordable housing.
And we haven't made specific requests in terms of dollars as far as with the North Carolina General Assembly or Senator Tillis or Congressman Devereaux's office. We have had a lot of discussions at the federal level and have at least received a lot of verbal support and verbal consideration, but we did not specify dollar amounts. They simply know here's what the gap is, and they've been told they are trying to layer funding in order to meet this $7.5 to $7.8 million goal. So we would hope that within the next couple of years, we can have enough to where you can begin to see shovels in the ground.
I think we should be poised to, in a future budget, to consider additional monies for this project, maybe to the tune of a total of $2 million. And it sounds like we've got 2+ years before we'll be in shovel ready, which might give us a little bit more time to see what funds we may have available. That'd be my suggestion.
I would agree with you. On the senior part of it, I know you said you staff that. How many employees usually?
So the hope in that would be 4 employees. And I always tell people economic impact is actually greater than the 4 employees. We create those 4 jobs, but in the construction, we create jobs. But then we contract with local folks for landscaping and all the contracting we have to do to keep the plumbing and different things up. So HVAC contractors, we do generate a good bit of economic input when we build a building like that, because we have one maintenance person,
Right.
one leasing person, a community manager, and a social worker. And one maintenance person can't do it all. So we do a lot of contracting to local folks when we build something in that community.
And I just wanted to finish with this quote from Patsy since she wasn't able to be with us. So, our regional housing needs are greater than any one agency can address. Dogwood Health Trust has provided us an opportunity for us to come together and meet a big challenge. We have a powerful concept and the right partners to make this project a success. And I think that you can see how much work in the back end has been done to get us to this point, and how impactful this project will be for Jackson County. So,
Great.
you have any questions y'all have, we're here for you.
Thank you.
If I have any additional questions.
Can I also, I'm going to ask, I want Teresa to talk just a tiny bit about this because I think it is important because we've never really had this type of senior housing, is to talk to them about sort of the activities and the supportive services that you provide in that facility. I think that's important for them to hear.
And I will say, I'll use that as an opportunity to say that we've been partnered, and the reason I use the Great Laurels as an example is we've been working with Mountain Projects since the Great Laurels opened. So we work with a lot of community partners to make this happen. Partnerships are essential to bringing that all in. And so we bring in things. We've got the social worker there, and I will just say, I always say this to people. I don't know if you've had issues with aging parents and grandparents, but none of us easily now. I have a master's degree in gerontology, and I still consult with the social worker when my 92-year-old mom has issues. I'm like, I don't know how to do this with Medicare. I don't know how to do this with her drug plan, right? And so a social worker is a vital part of that. We partner with Western for social work interns, and we have ended up employing some of those, so that's really exciting. But the community nursing piece is something that Givens provides. Our life plan communities are required to put money back out into the community as community benefit. And so Givens funds that. It's a very unique opportunity for us. And Western Carolina University helped us create that community nursing program. Dr. Clay Livesey is very visionary on that. And so pairing a social worker with a part-time community nurse creates a kind of a case management model So we're able to help people navigate changes in their care. And so they break their hip, they have to go to rehab for a little while. That transition point when they come back into their homes is a very vulnerable point. Do they have the equipment they need? Did they get their doctor's orders? Are all their prescriptions filled, right? Do they have the support they need to successfully live independently again? So as they transition, like from a hospital stay back home or a hospital stay to rehab and back home, having those folks there to help them prepare for and understand what's going to happen to them. Our nurse can also join them on calls with their doctor, help them understand discharge plans and how their medicines. We line up pharmacy kind of brown bag things where we can help them understand. And you wouldn't believe how many of them go to 10 different doctors and they all prescribe different things. And one meeting with a pharmacy consult can help eliminate a lot of side effects and interactions that their various doctors don't seem to be coordinating on. So there's things like that that are essential. We've started bringing in podiatry services, which has been very, I didn't know until we started doing this how important and how many problems older people have with their feet. Those podiatry services have been one of the most popular things we've ever brought in. And so we don't provide it, but we bring in the partners who do provide it. Work with Mountain Projects and Senior Transportation to help them get where they need to go. The programming, a lot of the programming is resident driven. So we do arts and crafts and music, and ministries comes in and does, all kinds of people come in and do Bible studies and singings and various things. If you really want to see what our programming is like, you can go to our Facebook page for Great Laurels or Gibbons Gerber Park, and you will see that it is vibrant. That overcoming social isolation is one of the most critical things in senior living. So people who live isolated from the community, they can't drive anymore, they get lonely, their kids can only come, a few hours at a time. It's amazing to see people like how they create a community, support one another, hang out together, and then they drive a lot of the fun programming themselves, teach craft classes, do art, stuff like that together.
That's good because not everyone has family, like you was talking about your mom. So that's really good. Do y'all offer transportation, or is that?
We work with them.
Information from Mountain Projects before I took this position as deputy director. This group at Givens, they use our transportation in Haywood County like none other, and they keep us hopping. And I went and presented, and their questions: can we go here, 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 and here? I mean, they use Haywood Public Transit and I don't doubt for a second that we won't have the same situation with Jackson County Public Transit. So April needs to be ready because they really use transportation.
And I think it's also important too. We had a partnership meeting several weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. And so I was going to say a month. Feels like it's been a month already. And we brought in all of these partners that we anticipate working with. So from obviously Webster Town Board, we brought in transit, different departments from the university that will be working with this project, Department on Aging. So we've already connected with them and given them sort of an overview of what this project will look like and how we anticipate tapping into what they do.
So sorry, I don't mean to keep on, but that 2-year time frame, that's to raise the funds, right?
That is the applications take quite some time. So we'll be submitting our application to HUD June 20th. HUD has said they won't even announce probably until January. I think they want to get through the election year. So we won't know for some time. In the meantime, we'll continue raising more money to fill any gaps. And then we'll know in January. If it's a yes answer, we're prepared to move forward. But you can't break ground on a HUD project until you close on the funding.
Right.
And that can take many months. HUD is slow. What I would say is this takes patience, and I would ask you guys to be patient with us as we proceed. It takes patience, but it is so worth it in the end because what you end up with, particularly because this HUD funding comes with subsidy for a lot of the residents, is the ability to serve people in perpetuity, really, to at a level they can actually afford. Right, those lowest income seniors who really can't even afford the tax credit apartments that we get funded. There's a number of very low income people. But the HUD units serve people at 50% area median income or below. And there is no bottom limit. If they can live there, HUD will support it.
Is there a assisted living model that fits it within the senior living?
No, but there's a facility right up the road that we're going to make really good friends with. You can't, so doing assisted living affordably, state of North Carolina doesn't have funding at this point, and I hope that will change at some point for much subsidized assisted living. There's not much out there for subsidized. That's a really good point because low and moderate income seniors think they can go to assisted living and they cannot afford it because it's many thousands of dollars a month and they don't have the money. That's why we do the social worker community nurse. That's why we developed it because we thought that system lets us help people age in independent living as long as possible. Because for most low income seniors, the higher level of care for them is a Medicaid spin down bed in a nursing home somewhere or to stay in independent living until they pass. And we do that a lot because we support them. And we can connect. Those local partnerships are incredibly valuable. Like working not trying to buy a van and keep it up and staff it, but to rely on the things that are already there and make the most of what your services. We don't want to duplicate anything you're already doing in your county. We want to connect our residents to them, and that's the job of the social worker. Make sure they know how to sign up for the transportation, how to get whatever services are already being offered. That's that social worker's job.
And as far as sequencing of the project, I think what you'll see is obviously, Teresa's done a great job explaining how their project has to take time to come to fruition before they can break ground. Obviously, with mountain projects, that's something that you would see over time as individual houses are built. As far as WCU's portion, as soon as we can get the funding, get pipes in the ground and roads to it, we can pull the trigger and we can start.
On both of those projects, is that offered to Jackson County residents or is that offered to just anybody that wants to?
Another great question. So with HUD units, we cannot put a preference on that, but with the units that are funded through the tax credit program, we can put a preference on that for a local preference. We would need you to help us define what you consider local. So we would want to work with the county to say, like, to you, is it local? You're born and you grew up here and you've lived here forever? Or is it you've been here X number of years or longer? Or maybe you have family here and you're moving to be close to them. So we can, for tax credits, we can create a local preference. We can also, and this is really important with tax credit housing, is we can create a preference to accept housing choice vouchers. Those housing choice vouchers are getting turned in at a rate that is heartbreaking to me. So in counties all over Western North Carolina, people get a housing choice voucher and there's no place to use it. We take it. We never turn away people with a housing choice voucher because that's federal dollars coming into our counties that we ended up having to send back. It's underutilized. So we can also create a preference for that so that people coming through your housing choice voucher program would want a preference to go in first.
Are the relationships with our Council on Aging and or Southwestern Community College existing?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Good.
This is good.
Yeah, this is all great stuff. I think, it's a no-brainer for our community, especially with the need. So,
Wish we knew that gap today.
yeah, yeah. If the gap was 4.5 million, I think we could probably also work in advocacy portions and
Yes.
really help with Senator or Chuck, Representative Edwards,
Yeah.
Tillis, and trying to get that gap shrunk a lot
Yeah.
faster.
And I can keep you posted as we are sort of making these asks, and so you are aware of where that is, so that if you feel led, or if we need a letter of support for one of these, we
That's
can
what
do
I was
that.
going to say. I know we're supporting financially, but wouldn't it might help for us to go ahead and just do
Have a letter of support on file. That way, when
Okay.
you do apply for HUD grants and
And you,
reach out to other nonprofits,
Okay,
trying to get that accomplished.
great. We can do that.
Grateful for the consideration.
Yeah. Thank you all for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, thank you.
Right on time. That's good. It is good. Good afternoon or good morning. We are ready to go.
Well, I'm glad we came a few minutes early. Good morning.
Good morning. If you need a minute, by all means.
I'm good.
It's all right.
Well prepared, so. I said I'm glad we came a few minutes early. Hey, darling.
Hey, are you, that's a copy of the
Everybody
recommendation.
else must not ask for much money, so that leaves more for us, right? It went real quick. Oh, okay.
Let me get all my notes ready.
yeah.
Okay, are we ready?
We are.
Thanks for giving me a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
So, hope you're doing well.
Doing great.
It is graduation day, and it's the last full day of school. So we're out celebrating. We have a half day tomorrow. So I come to you today with our Jackson County Public Schools budget request, and wanted to share some highlights on the next slide, which I have the clicker. So just wanted to give a few shout outs of things that we have done over the past year. And some of those are thankfully because of the support of our county commissioners. So we've had a great year. One of the things we're most proud of is the continued expansion of our preschool programs. And so we've received a lot of outside grantors that have allowed us to do so, but also with the budget that we have, our local budget that you all support, we opened an additional class at Fairview, and that was funded totally with our local funds. So that is thanks to you all, the county commissioners. So we went from 3 years ago having only 3 preschool classrooms in Jackson County Public Schools, and we now have 8. And we also have a preschool coordinator position that works directly under Laura Deals, who is a director who has 14 different hats that she wears. So we're grateful for that, and we have had programs that are busting at the seams for the last year, and we're very pleased with that. And we're recruiting for next year. So we have 2 preschool classrooms currently at Blue Ridge, 2 at Smoky Mountain Elementary, and 2 at Fairview, and then 1 at Chloe Valley and 1 at Scotts Creek. So all of our elementary schools are represented by a preschool program. Although I would love to continue growing it, I don't have the physical space to put any more children in preschool program. So that's going to be one of my initial superintendent goals. That's going to kind of sit over here to the side. I feel like we've accomplished those. And we don't have, until we get a middle school, any physical space to put any more preschool children. The other huge thing that's been good for us is the implementation of a salary study. And I want to take just a moment to talk a little bit about that. We all know how difficult it is to hire folks, especially our non-certified staff. across not just our school system, but across the nation, we're struggling with hiring people. And so our Chrissy Walker, our Chief Financial Officer, and our HR Director, Terry Wallander, worked for almost 2 full years to do a salary study to see how we could go above and beyond what the state of North Carolina requires us to pay if you are a non-certified staff. The minimum pay is $15 an hour and doesn't necessarily recognize your years of commitment and service to our district. And so we did implement a salary study with some steps that our folks, non-certified folks, will see come over years of time where they they will be recognized and compensated for their years of service. And that is thanks to you all for supporting that. And it's made a big deal for us in staffing in a lot of areas. And some of those key areas are custodial and school nutrition. But we still are burdened with needing bus drivers. And I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to not say that, but our number one need for non-certified staff is school nutrition and bus drivers. But thanks to you all, we've been able to make some progress with that. And what you see is just an array of pictures of some of our bus drivers and their preschool students and things that are happening across our district. And we've been very successful this year. On the next slide, cutting right to what we need. So looking ahead for the future years, we have our request of obviously funds for operations, and that's funds to make sure that school happens on a normal business day. Provide funding to support any state salary increase and benefit rate changes. And in a slide in a few moments, you're going to see the benefit rate changes continues to grow, and we are faced with that burden. Also, we're requesting to provide funding support for feeding all students at no cost. And I want to share a little bit of additional information about that. Last year, our district made the decision to join the program called Community Eligibility Program for 5 of our schools. And so 5 schools, which are both Blue Ridges, Blue Ridge Early College and Blue Ridge School, Smoky Mountain Elementary, Chloe Valley, and Jackson Community School, they all have free breakfast and lunch for every one of their students. The other 4 schools in our district do not. That is at a pretty huge cost to us as a district, but we would like to make that the case for no cost lunch and breakfast for all students in Jackson County.
Number 3 is great.
And that is a $500,000 burden that we're asking you all to support, and we'll have those numbers in just a moment. I say that because I did a little research and found that there are lots of other districts who are our neighbors who are already doing that. Henderson, Transylvania, Haywood, Buncombe, Graham, and Swain are all doing no-cost lunch for all of their schools. I don't know how on earth a district like Buncombe is funding that. Having 45 schools, I believe, is what they have. In Cherokee County, they're doing this for only elementary, and of course, as I said, 5 of our 9 schools are participating in that for the current year. And so we want to make it equitable for all of our schools and all of our students across the district. And that is a huge ask. And then the last one is providing support for our JROTC program. I shared this with you, I think, last January of 23, my desire for this. We've had quite a bit of movement. I have contacted every senator and House of Representatives under the sun. I received a letter just this week from Ted Budd's office, so there seems to be some movement on that. And that is a big burden to start, and it's on the next page, about $300,000. And then a recurring cost after that. But I did a survey last year, and I know I shared those results with you. But we have over 40% of our students who are either interested or want to learn more information about what a JROTC program is. When Jake was principal, I think that they applied years and years ago, and then again in 2018 to Air Force. I applied last summer to Army, and that's what we've seen some movement on. So there's a very real possibility that that could happen for us in the upcoming year. I'm feeling pretty confident, but I don't want to blow anything that I might not be able to say at this point. A little more about the ROTC program. One of the things, the JROTC program, one of the things that is important for us as a community to recognize is that's not a program just for every student that wants to enter the military. There are so many other benefits to that, including the leadership training and huge scholarship opportunities that come with being part of a JROTC program. We have the physical space for that. As we freed up some rooms at Smoky Mountain High School to increase our offering of SEC, college and career ready classes on the campus of Smoky Mountain High School, as well as we have now space for an ROTC program. So again, initial cost would be about $300,000. That is equipment for the room, and there's a lot of it. And that would include the salary of the either the colonel or I think the one person I've been talking to is a sergeant or brigade commander. So there are lots of different roles that are in there, but that encompasses 2 full-time folks that would work. And we could handle and manage with the funds that we also get from Army to cover the costs with just $150,000 for the years following that. So seems pretty reasonable for 2 folks.
That gives kids an opportunity to go on ROTC into college.
It does.
College paid for as well. So.
It does. But I keep forgetting to say JROTC because J is for high schools and ROTC is for college level. But I don't know that Jackson County has ever had a JROTC program as far as I'm aware. Some of our neighboring counties have had them. Some have been successful and some have not. Haywood is very successful.
Yes, I think Macon or somebody just lost theirs because of.
Cherokee is currently having the discussion, Cherokee Central Schools, about what to do with their program. That is not a secret. It was in the One Feather. I read it. So my goal has been to be able to transition that program from them to us. But that is far beyond what I have the authority to make happen now. I've just made a lot of noise and a lot of phone calls about how we're ready for that.
The ones that's been unsuccessful, is that just from lack? Yeah.
Yeah, they have a requirement. That's a good question. They have a requirement that it has to maintain 10% of the total population of the school. And so at Smoky Mountain High School, we have 830 kids right now. And that would mean that we would need 83 students to enroll. The good piece, the caveat in that is you get 3 years to get to that. So they don't expect it in the very first year that you have 83 students. You have 3 years to make that program successful with the minimum enrollment requirement.
And have you had a lot of students interested in that?
I did a survey I think it was around April. It's before school was out last year. And we did it with all rising freshmen to junior class kids. So that is current 9th graders. And there were in the survey about 38% who said they would like to be part of it. And I can't remember exactly the number, but I think I've shared it with you and I can redo it. About 30% who said they just would like to learn more about the program in itself. And so it was a very brief survey for students, but when you've got that many who said yes, that's well more than the 10% that you're required.
And with this class, is it offered like an elective, or is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So they get credit. Go ahead, sir.
What's the outside town commitment? So, will it impact sports? Will it impact, you think about when you're trying to
Right.
get all these kids, and 38% is a great number, but what percentage will have to maybe choose between something?
So that's an excellent question, and that's something I have a little bit of experience with in my hometown where I grew up. So they always make accommodations because you want those leaders to be on the football team or in the band or in the theater program. So it doesn't exclude you from doing other extracurriculars.
And it gives you opportunity to do more things. A lot of times the JROTC will accompany for funerals and stuff like for military vets and stuff like that.
Lots of presentation, lots of opportunities to go and participate in state level events too. It is pretty awesome. I'm really excited about it. I've been hyped up for about a year, but especially over the last 2 weeks as I've seen some movement in all my phone calls and emails, and I feel like we're going to get it.
Will this be offered next year in the fall, or?
So I would like it to be offered in the fall, but I don't know that I could get a room ready and prepared for that. So it would take probably the first semester. So my anticipated goal would be to have this as a second semester offering. That also gives us the opportunity to recruit and really share what this is with students who are unaware of that. Okay. All right. Down to the numbers, the next slide. So you'll see our total request, and that is the county funding, and that's the operations. And I'll remind you that operations include, salaries, utilities, the cost of doing business every day. And you are well aware that costs have went up extraordinarily for utilities and all the things. So when you look at that budget request does encompass the salary study that we implemented for our non-certified staff this past year, and we've been able to manage that cost. But as people move up the steps, there'll be more salary. Again, there's the startup for JROTC. There's a $500,000 request for all schools to participate in a no-cost breakfast and lunch. And then I laugh when I see this word PILT because all I know it is timber receipts. Y'all know that acronym, and I don't necessarily know that. So the total request is greater than it has been in the past, and that is a $13 million request. So I'll pause to see if you have questions about that.
Dr. Ayers, on the 500,000 student lunches and breakfasts, very supportive of it, but I did ask Mr. King to provide next budget round some data regarding how many students ate breakfast, how many just had lunch, how many had both. It might give us the ability to see what future funding needs, whether it be an increase or maybe a slight reduction, if that's the case. But that would be helpful information.
Well,
Is this only lunch or breakfast?
it would be breakfast and lunch.
That's good. That's two meals.
That's two prepared meals for a kid. I want to speak to Mr. Jones. One of the things that we've noted is specifically at one of our schools, Holy Valley has seen, because they're part of the CEP this year, they have seen a great increase in participation in our school lunches. And I think it's because they're all already getting it for this year. And that means if that trend continues and we do this across the district, more kids are going to be eating than currently eat when they have to pay or have a reduced cost for that. But I can certainly get those numbers. I could do a comparison from last year, not this year. Last year when we had no CEPs, and then this year with the 5 CEP. I'm happy to get those numbers for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I know families that have kids at Scotts Creek, and
Yes.
they would love to get those meals.
Yeah, because currently Scotts Creek, Fairview, Smoky Mountain High School, and JCEC are the schools that do not receive.
A lot of them are poor families struggling. They don't get any food at school because they can't
And
afford it.
you got to think, even if it's not a struggling family, I mean, the cost of food has gone up exorbitantly. So even my own kid, when I pack lunch or something like that, it's not a $3 meal like it used to be. It costs $6 to pack a lunch every day. So this would be a true community service opportunity for
You just
all.
don't realize how many kids don't have the money.
They're living on that edge. Their parents make a little too much money
To qualify for free lunch.
qualify free, and yet they can't afford to send food with them.
Or they're too proud.
They're too proud.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I think this removes the barrier of walking through the line, and those numbers of who qualifies for free or reduced lunch, they are top secret. So the general public doesn't know, but kids know.
Yeah.
And their peers see that when they go through the line, that Dana didn't pay when she went through the line every day, so she must be a free lunch kid. So it removes that stigma with that as well.
Yeah, I don't mean to say too proud. It's just
I
it's
understand.
some people's. It's embarrassing. I mean,
Especially
yeah,
for like middle and high school
Yeah.
age
Can
kids.
be
you know,
Agreed.
yeah,
Becoming
Agreed.
even more aware.
That's the peer pressure.
peer
Yeah.
pressures, right?
I'd rather not eat than
I'm sure that there are a lot of students who have that same stance, that they would rather not eat than be exposed to
Especially in
that.
this era and around in this area as well.
Yeah.
These are mountain folks. And they're proud.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Other questions about this slide?
stop.
I will just note, when I talked about the increase in salaries and utility costs, we're at the end of ESSERS, and we've used ESSERS to supplement a lot of that. Y'all call it ARPA, is that right? ARPA funds. So ours are ESSERS funds that have to all be exhausted by September 30th of this year. So that impacts some of the positions that are now going to be included in that county funding for salaries and utilities. We have a supplement for our certified staff, which is everybody from assistant principal, counselor, those types that get a $2,000 supplement in Jackson County Public Schools. That has increased since I've been here. And I also, the first year I was here, which is 3 years ago, started a supplement for non-certified staff. They had never received a supplement. It is minimal, but it has grown. So the first year it was $200 one time a year. The last 2 years it's been a $500 right around Christmas time, which is a great help for lots of our staff. And then my goal is to increase that supplement $100 more for non-certified. So my hope is that this year at Christmas, they will get a $600 one-time supplement. And they're very grateful for that. And they know where it comes from. Okay. Any other questions? No? These are just some notable items that come from the state. I wanted to remind you of that. The salary increase for non-educators was 3%. There will be an expected increase in salary for certified staff. I'm sure that you've all seen the governor's proposal of 8.5%. I don't live in a land where I believe that that's going to happen, although it will be wonderful for our staff, but it does create a burden for us as we have lots of folks who are paid on a local salary, and so we would need to pick that up if indeed that were going to happen. But we do feel like there is going to be some kind of increase for our certified staff. The retirement is decreasing almost a point, so that's a good thing, but the health increase is pretty tremendous if you see that number from $7,557 to over $8,000. And this impacts our locally funded personnel, a lot of which we were funding through ESSERS for the last 3 years.
Ms. Fox, what was our budget, total request for last year's budget for public schools?
I have it here. Oh, it's on this. I have 9,411,935. 9.4
Thank you.
was our request last year. I don't read this sheet, Darlene, as good as you do, but I have some scribble right here. Other questions before I move on? Uh-oh. So this is just the budget, the governor's budget highlights. The first block that you see at the top is session law that was enacted. And then you will see their recommendation that is certainly not approved as of yet, and we don't have any anticipated date that it will be approved. But I just wanted to show you what the governor's recommendations are. The next slide is the employer benefit cost. And so you will see we gave you about a 10-year look at that has increased significantly from just 2016. So in a 10-year span, we're looking at going up nearly $3,000 for the health insurance. And that is tremendous. And then you see, again, the retirement and the Social Security. So thankfully, Social Security has remained stagnant over time, but definitely not the retirement benefit cost. And really the final slide is just some explanation about the funding shortfall that we anticipate happening. Again, talking about all the folks that are paid locally or had been paid via ESSERS and now will be paid on our own local budget. That includes folks such as teacher assistants, custodians, receptionists at schools, county office staff such as the data manager for the district, the executive assistant, all of those folks, as well as maintenance. So the state does not cover our maintenance positions. I think that they see them as high insurance risk, and we have to cover all of our maintenance positions out of a local budget as well. So additional local money will need to help us cover those positions. And then looking at a potential change in state funding model for districts. It's called funding in arrears. And I would like to be able to speak to that with expertise, but I can't. All I can tell you is that we are funded at the state level based off ADM, which is our average daily membership. And so we usually are funded off the prior year, and they're looking at making it the current year. So if that were to occur, then this year we would have lost $78,000 in the funding that they gave us. And if they move to that, have they moved definitely to the funding in arrears, or is it still conversation? Starting July 1st. So that is happening. So our ADM average daily membership will, as it has always, guide how much funds they've given us. But we used to be, for years during COVID, we were even held harmless, but that's not happening anymore. And if you want more expertise on that, that would be Christy's bucket, that she could share more information.
What do you see as the main driver in such an increase? I mean, we're talking.
Increase in my request?
Yes.
Salary. Definitely salary. Our salary schedule and the study implementation was not grand. Like a teacher assistant may have moved from $15 to $15.89. And that's still less than $1, but it is something that shows our staff that we value and appreciate them. That affected many departments, our tech department, our school nutrition department, our custodian. And so I don't think I'm going to be able to retain quality staff if I can't honor their years of service and adequately pay them. And one of the things that's been a heavy discussion of late is positions with landscaping companies or any service industry, housekeepers in some areas are making more than we're paying our teacher assistants to work in a classroom setting or drive 50 children on a bus every single day. We pay, the state said that every non-certified person should make a minimum of $15 an hour. We, from the get-go, when that was implemented last July, we said, no, we're going to pay our bus drivers $15.50, just as a way to hopefully recruit some people and retain. I can't say that that's helped tremendously. Like, I would love to be able to pay a bus driver $25 an hour. I can't. I don't have the funds to do that. But we can't have school if we can't get them there. So that's a good question. But I would say that's probably our number one, just the salary. That's our biggest budget ask always.
That salary just for non-certified or for certified?
So the salary study was for non-certified staff because we follow the state scale for certified counselors, teachers, and such.
The only reason I asked, my aunt has 25 years in Fairview School, so, and any teacher will tell you that it's just not work. I mean, they love their jobs, and that's why I think that's why you have so many people retired.
I agree. I agree.
Among other things, but the pay is just not great.
Well, when you're ranked 47th or 48th out of the nation, that speaks volumes. I mean, that is something beyond the control of you all sitting in this room, as well as me, other than being advocates for that. We routinely see staff, certified staff, who may leave us and go to South Carolina, which you can get to in 25 minutes, or Tennessee. All of our surrounding states are paying more than we do. Georgia is about a $10,000 for a beginning teacher, more than North Carolina is.
Somebody told me one time they could drive to Clayton, Georgia, and get $10,000 more for, and it's a 45, 50-minute drive.
It wasn't always that way.
Right.
You know, when I started 24 years ago, it was the opposite of that.
Right.
We were paid so much more here than friends that I had that were in Tennessee and Georgia, but it's no longer that way.
It is disappointing when you have, I mean, my daughter is a 5th-year teacher. She taught in Swain for a couple years after she graduated from Western, and she left and went to Georgia 2 years ago because they pay her $9,000 more a year to do the same job in another state. We, for years, didn't really have much of a supplement, it was a percentage, and so the work was being done before I got here 3 years ago to make that a flat rate, which we increased every year since I've been here to a flat rate of $2,000. But if you look at a beginning teacher, the beginning teacher salary in North Carolina is $39,000 a year. In Jackson County Public Schools, it's 41 because they get an additional $2,000 supplement. There are folks who come right out of high school who make way more than that, and I'm grateful for those jobs who do that. My parents did that, but it is a disservice to the people and disrespectful to know that they went and got a 4-year or a 6-year or a doctorate degree and still don't feel like you're honored for that. And you are molding the future by being an educator.
Education is very important.
I'm on a soapbox, forgive me. So
Well, I mean, that's kind of where we, need to look at this from is, it is a significant increase, but it's to be competitive and to get the best
Right.
and to maintain the best,
right.
have less attrition in teachers and sports staff.
I mean, I would love to be able to say, hey, let's give all of our certified staff a $5,000 supplement, but I would be standing here asking for an additional $2 million just to support supplements in our county and salary. So, I mean, if you feel compelled to do so, I'll be happy to implement that. But we know our priorities, and we know that we've made some positive change with at least offering a more competitive supplement. As far as I know, I know this is public, but I do not think that Swain gives any supplement, and I'm pretty positive that Graham County and Cherokee County do not offer a supplement. So we are trying to be competitive in our western area to retain the teachers and the staff that we have. Other questions? You gave me a microphone, so I'm happy to talk.
We spoke briefly in the past about internships.
Mhm.
How- have we
That's
maybe-
going well.
Yeah.
That's going really well. So we have been able to increase our kids at the high school level who are going out and doing some paid and some unpaid internships. In fact, at our last board meeting, we had 2 students from Jackson County Early College who came and presented. One was an intern with Rolling Start, and then she left and went to Andy Shaw Ford and was able to be paid to do her internship. And then another one worked with DOT, so he was quite quirky and funny to hear him talk. But when a student does an internship, they know what they love and want to do, and they learn what they don't want to do. And we had one of ours that didn't present at a board meeting, but presented at the school. I went to see all the presentations at the early college, and she said, I went to be like a teacher assistant, an unpaid role internship, and I know I never want to be a teacher. But this is what I want to do, because she went and did a second internship. So that's increasing at both Smoky High and JCEC. We've had some kids from Jackson Community School and from Blue Ridge Early College do some internships up the mountain. My goal is to have them have a paid internship, all of them. And we're getting closer. Our community has been super supportive of that.
I have a nephew up in Virginia. In his last year in high school, he got an internship with an HVAC company.
Mm-hmm.
And he was making close to $18 an hour in his internship.
Correct.
And now he's making more than his dad's making, been at the same
And then they
company
roll
for a
out
year.
and usually get hired by that
Yeah,
company.
he did, and he's making
That's
a lot
excellent.
more than his dad.
I have a student who did an internship in a law office as a junior, and she was super excited. And so now she's heading off to Carolina after she graduated the night before last at the early college to become a lawyer. So that's what we do for our kids, is you give them an opportunity to dabble in some outside things so that they can figure out what they want to do in life.
I would like to see more companies here offer internships. That would be great.
We've had some students actually working, probably with Jaden, but in the IT department that are Smoky High students who have done internship with our IT department, and it's been successful. I agree. I would like to see more. If more of our local businesses could support that. There are some parameters that get in the way, so I don't want to just blame them for not. Like some jobs, you can't be under 18 and work in that profession, and I understand that. Other questions?
You have a lot of vacancies for teachers. And you have
Well, this is hiring season. It's ebbing and flowing right now. I have, as I'm sure you're well aware, I have a principal position available. Smoky Mountain High School principal position is posted, so I have that. Um, and then I have EC teachers exceptional children's teachers that I need always, year round. There are some positions posted for that. Bus driving positions have been posted since I got here 3 years ago, and it has never went down. If somebody applies, they get a phone call, usually in the same day. School nutrition is another dire need. So again, school nutrition and bus driving for non-certified staff. I feel like we're okay on teachers right now, but you really don't know what's going to happen because this is the next to the last day of school. And some people wait if they're moving on. Some people wait to till after school is out. So I don't expect a tremendous amount of transfers or resignations, but you never know what the summer holds.
Is a
Housing is
C.
still being a big burden for us because of middle income housing, and then particularly in Cashers.
Right.
So our school that still struggles the most is
Blue
Blue
Ridge.
Ridge with hiring teaching positions, because people come to the school, they fall in love with the school, they're like, this is a wonderful school, this is a wonderful community, and then they investigate what housing is versus driving up and down the road and look different places.
I just did an article response for the Highlander in the Cashers Highlands areas, and that was one of the questions he was asking is, why are you unable to staff Blue Ridge particularly is what he was asking about. This year, Blue Ridge School has not had an assistant principal for the entire year. And they have had some applicants that have been quality people that we wanted and offered a position, and then you turn around and say, I can't pay $2,500 a month in rent.
Right.
And so that's all the things I wrote about, which I guess will be published next week in the Highlander, about the struggle there is to find appropriate housing. And most educators, and this is a generalization, they come with families. And so there are not even affordable apartments to live in the Cashers area. And then if you have two kids and a spouse and a dog, then that makes it even more difficult to find housing. So that has been the greatest need that we have had all year long. They have struggled all year long with custodial staff and bus drivers. Across the district, I have principals who drive a bus every day. I have assistant principals who drive a bus every day. I have teaching staff who, after they teach kids all day long, they are paid to be the custodian. And that has happened at Blue Ridge and Smoky High and Smoky Elementary and Scotts Creek. And so it is that same rhetoric about, I can't find quality folks who can afford to live here, but then on the flip side of that, I need some longevity with people. It's a struggle.
Is CDL required to drive a bus?
Yes, absolutely.
Any truckers out there listening? Maybe retired.
I can hook you up. Just as a plug, the class is online now, so you can do the book part of the class online from the comfort of your own home, but then you do have to come in and do the driving portion. And thank God we want people to come in and do the driving portion before we put the kids on a bus with them. The process is pretty quick. You need a DOT physical. We have reimbursed for that. And so we're trying to make it as painless as possible to get a license, but we need people. Other questions?
I think I have any additional questions. Anyone else?
Here's my final shameless plug. I hope we're moving on capital projects. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope this stays here.
We have Dr. Thomas from SEC.
Well, in the sake of saving time, I'll just say ditto.
Okay, that works.
I mean, I think Dana covered it all, especially when I get into the operational aspect, when you look at the cost of benefits and things that have gone up over exponentially. So if this is sweeten the pot just a little bit, just to make y'all feel a little more, do things that liking what you're in here.
You taking notes?
Yeah.
Make sure that.
I would like to know who paid for those purchases.
These are personally paid out of my own pocket. Here, just in case. Oh, Jake,
Oh, thank you. That one too.
yeah, so, um, really, as I sat and listened to what Dana had to say, I really, her personnel operational page with the benefits and things of that nature really is, I mean, we follow the same scale, so it really is kind of a ditto when we talk about that. So anyway, if you want to flip to the next page there. Oh, mine? This one? There you go. Who did that? Oh, thanks. So I'll jump right into the proposed 3% salary increase. I mean, we're state agency just as the public schools are, so that's what's been proposed. In the past, working formally with prior county manager and Darlene, you know, there was always a kind of a 3% on operations, which is grateful, and we thank you for that support naturally. But what it doesn't do is add on to the escalating benefits part of that. And so over years of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, if you give 3% for the salary and it goes to salary, you haven't been funding the benefit aspect of it. So there's another 30% that you got to play catch up on. So when you look at the catching up to where we are for the past 5 or 6 years of the 3% for the benefits, you'll see why we're looking at an increase in our operations, not only on the operational aspect from the salary, but you know, the retirement, the health, the insurance, but then you look at the increased operating expenses, and the increased operating expenses are the water, sewer, utilities that we have, and I'm sure you as a county agency have seen those increases in your own budget, and we're experiencing those same increases across our institution in our area also. So I just would ask that consideration be respectfully given for the requests that we have on operating, because as you know, I've always been an individual that come to you and I ask for what I need, not what I want. I don't play the want game and ask for $1 million and hope you give me $300,000. I'll ask you for the $300,000 and hope that we'll have the conversation of landing there or being close to what we need on that type of deal. So from that perspective, our operational stuff, we listened to Darlene last year and Don from some of the reserves and said that they, you know, you've got reserves, and until you spend those down, we'll, you know, not really fund you, but you did fund us on our critical need life existing things that the state came out and looked at. We still have that in reserve because we were waiting for the cell tower, because we need to do that on a wireless connection. So that will now be probably done within this summer or next fall. So we'll ask to carry those funds over and keep those for the same purpose as what we had in 23-24. Then addressing the capital, in addition to that, we also listened to Darlene and to Don saying you have some unspent funds from previous budgets that were allocated. So my directive to our business office was to go through that with a fine-tooth comb to be able to match numbers more closely with what Darlene was showing on the statement page that she had for SEC. And there's going to be some lag. She may show more than what we show because we've invoiced and we haven't, you know, gone back and forth with all that at this point in time. So there may be a discrepancy there. But I just want to say that we listened, we heard, and we do have a capital request in for, let me get to that page, $817,410. I come to you to say I could save you money based on that conversation. We scoured the 21-22 budget. We scoured the 22-23 budget. We found monies that we were able to not spend and carry over, that we at this point in time have approximately $282,000 that if you could see your way to repurposing that $282,000, you can take that off of that $817,410, and that would leave us with a request at this particular point in time of $534,974 instead of the 817,000 and some change. That was something that we heard loud and clear to try to do a better job of keeping up with those pennies, and that I think is, I'm here to say we can do that as long as we can repurpose those funds, and I think that's just a conversation between my CFO or our business office and with Darlene and Kevin and moving forward. In addition to that, when I met with Darlene and Kevin, we had talked about we have a network system for $255,000, which is a backup. We have written a grant for $200,000. We do not know the status of that grant as of today, but we were told that it would be coming due with notification by the end of this month. So hopefully maybe next week or the first week of June, we'll find that notification. If that grant comes through and that $200,000 comes through, we can reduce that $534,974 down to $334,974. So I come to you with, I want to work with you. I want to let you know what our needs are, though, but we're also trying to support and realize that, yes, money doesn't grow on trees, and there's a lot of departments and a lot of requests out there, and we'll do everything that we can within our power to help be flexible for your spending and what you're trying to do and match and meet everybody's requests and budgets. But I would say today, if you ask me what I needed, I would say I needed $534,974 on the capital projects and the operational funding that we have requested. So please remember, and I know you do because you guys have been very supportive of SCC, and I appreciate that tremendously. There's no doubt about it. We are the economic development engine that creates the training and the education and the people to get the jobs, to pay the taxes, to allow you to do what you're doing today. So we just, I can't put a value on the support that y'all bring to us and do, but that's why I want to support you and trying to work hand in hand with this budget as much as possible so that it's a win-win for both sides and both parties. Ditto. The operational aspect is, it is what it is, and it's just challenging to live on 3% year after year after year when expenses keep going up and costs keep going up on that aspect. Again, charging the business office to tear into that on a line item basis and try to really, utilities have gone up, supplies have gone up, cleaning supplies have gone up, the salaries have gone up, the benefits, all that. Dana's slide pretty much says it all. So I appreciate her going before me. And I'm sorry I didn't go through that, but I know you had all that.
The fine-tooth comb aspect of it is apparent. It looks like you've gone through and done all of your due diligence in terms of trying to ensure that all the monies that were appropriated are spent or repurposed. And I feel confident that you'll probably get that grant. And if a grantor is listening, I know that you'll get it. Otherwise,
right? Yeah,
we'll carry on with what we've received.
Yeah. So that's it. I just that's kind of where we're at. And Kevin and Darlene and I visited, probably 3-4 weeks ago, and we kind of ran through those numbers. But we were able to go back since that meeting and tighten up what we've had in our previous allotments. And so I think we feel comfortable with where our numbers are. Again, they may not be exact to what Darlene has on her books because of the catch-up with invoicing and things of that nature. But I think sitting down together after this or in the next week or so, we can probably shore those up even,
Yeah,
to,
once we have
to
more.
at least be comfortable that we're all on the same page.
Right. Any questions from the board?
Just a comment. I know we had a conversation, and I think it was in our trustee meeting, that the funds that we've received from the state for capital projects for campus, I was surprised that the interest rate that we have at SCC for those funds are set by the state. Is that correct? And they're very low as opposed to what we can use our funds for from the county in way of savings.
I think we're restricted on how we can invest those dollars, and it's always on the more conservative side. It's not like we can play the market with any of that until we get them spent. So it has to be maybe on a money market savings certificate of 1% or 1.5%, as opposed to getting into even a 3.5% or 4% sometimes. So we do have some restrictions on that.
The reason I brought that up in a conversation we had with Ms. Fox regarding our ARPA funds, those interest rates have been very fruitful for the county. And I thought the same was with SEC, but you corrected my thinking.
Yeah, the foundation probably has a little more flexibility because they're not as controlled by the state, so we can put it into a little bit higher interest-bearing type account, but the state has a little more control over that so that we won't lose any of that balance. So, yeah, $10 million, 1%, what are we talking about? Very little money in, over a year or two, but, you think if you could put that in a 3.5% or 4%, by the time we get into those types of projects, we would have some additional balance to help make up the overage in what the bids come in at right now. So, yeah. But any other comments or any other questions? It's pretty black and white. It's pretty simple. It's just what it is. And again, much like Dana, the state doesn't take care of the maintenance or the facilities, housekeeping people. That's always been on the county's responsibilities, and that's comes to 115D-31, 32, 33 on those pages that outlines the responsibilities of the county. And I shared that with you earlier on last year, that all that comes through. So we're pretty short on ours. And so anyway, any other questions or comments?
Thank y'all for what you did.
Need another Hershey's bar just in case?
I'm just coming up on summer.
All right, yeah. So, but we do appreciate everything that y'all do and provide for SCC. So, thank you. All right.
I'm on a diet.
Well, you're.
I know.
Golly, already beat you up already.
Swallowed. What's that? I'm ready to get swallowed.
Yeah. All right. Moving on now, we've got Ms. Fitzmaurice from Fontana Regional Library.
How are you?
Good afternoon.
I just sent you an email. I'm going to email you a copy. There's what's recommended. Okay, thank you. Sorry, let me give you my report. All right, well, Good morning. I appreciate you all taking the time to meet with me today. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your continued support of the library. And a word from all of our staff, we really appreciate the upgrade on the HVAC. The upstairs of the building hasn't had HVAC for a couple of months, and it's been warm enough up there, so we love seeing the people there and the new units again. So I appreciate it. I know that is no small feat to replace something of that size. I'm happy to report that the library is busier than ever. Door counts are up 8.3%, and circulation of our materials is up over 11%. Many libraries in the nation are seeing a slight downturn on door counts because a lot of people are moving online for their things. I think our libraries in Cashers and Jackson is such a community gathering space that we keep seeing more and more people come through the doors. So, as you know, we run our library based on a 5-year long-range plan that's required by the state for funding. And as a reminder, some of you may not have been on the commission when that long-range plan was developed. It was developed with the help of the commissioners. The county manager was surveyed, the town people, the partners we have with SCC and the schools, and all of our boards and the general public. So that's where our 5-year long-range plan stems from. A lot of input from the general public. What I wanted to show you is in the graph on the back page of your handout. This fiscal year, 23 to 24, you invested $1.342 million in our libraries, our 2 libraries, which is a large sum of money. I wanted to show you in those numbers just what your return on investment is for what you give to your communities. As you can see, I've listed 11 different measurements for how our library is used. It's not all of the measurements, obviously. We, in April alone, we had over 28,000 materials and services used. And at an estimated value in those return on investment graphs, that comes to $200,000 just for the month that patrons would have had to spend if they didn't have their public libraries. For the fiscal year so far, we have, between the 2 libraries, checked out almost 280,000 materials and and that is a savings cost of $2.941 million, which is more than double what the investment that you have put into your communities. And that doesn't include just the feeling that people, the safety of that people know they can come to the library for their educational needs, their support for their recreation, and for information. And it also doesn't count all of the outreach we do with the public schools, the daycares, the senior center, the Hispanic population with computer classes. Those are not wrapped up into those numbers. So I want to make you aware that we take it very seriously. We know that many communities do not support their libraries the way you all do. We're very, very thankful, and we work very hard to make sure those funds are used wisely. As you know, we are part of the NC Cardinal Consortium, and while that adds a level of work to what we do, it makes for a huge offer for the community of Jackson County. The consortium has now extended to include Warren County. You can see in the map there, most of North Carolina is almost green with all of those libraries. There are now 224 physical branches and about 64 counties now. They will be adding more next year. And again, this is done for Jackson County and Albert Alton Cash's Community Library only spends $2,500 a year to be part of this system. The state pays for all of the movement of the books using FedEx. So luckily, that is another thing that we have to offer that is a very low cost to the county. The other thing I really wanted to stress in ways that we save the county money is the amount of grants we write to make sure we have the most up-to-date network equipment for our community. The county funds do not have to be used to keep those upgrades. Over the last 6 months, I'm not going to read all of this out because it means as much to me as it probably is to you with the Cat 6 standards and everything. But I want you to know that every computer has been replaced in both libraries. We have multi-power redundancy. Should the power go out, we can keep those computers going for quite some time. We have new network switches throughout both buildings. We have new network rack cabinets in both buildings, and we have increased the rapid backup for all of our storage capacity, which also uses less network usage. So all of those things, plus both of our libraries are now increased to a 1 gigabyte speed for the communities. And which has meant that we also need to increase our firewalls because that power we need to make sure, and all of that has been done with grant money. We have brought in over $700,000 to cover that. And also, as you know, being an E-rate library, we get a 80% discount on a lot of what we do. And the CPR compliance that is required for that is being switched over in July, so we will be using the same software that public schools use, which will increase our filtering for the safety of our children, especially we didn't have it on the Wi-Fi before, but we now do. So all of that, actually, that will go into effect July 1st. So all of that is compliant with the Children's Internet Protection Act, and we are pleased to have those upgrades in place at no charge to the county. I'm also waiting to hear on the Digital Champions Grant. I applied for that. They were supposed to announce it in March, and then they said it would be April, and now they're saying it will be June. We applied for $400,000 so we can maintain our digital equity training across the counties. At the departments on aging, the senior centers, we have done it in public schools. For Swain County, we're hoping to move that into Jackson County once we get these funds. And that is not for school. It may not be in the schools, but it helps the parents of school children that may be behind on their digital learning. So that is something we're in the progress of. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we will get that grant. The proposed increase I did ask for is 6.5% in the budget. I've got the numbers here. All staff are what makes all of this work happen. Obviously, they're the ones doing all of these programs. They're out in the communities. I'm asking for a 3.2 cost of living increase for library staff. Unfortunately, over the past 2 or 3 years, we've lost several library staff to Western Carolina University because obviously they can pay more. I'm tired of losing staff to I love Weston. I graduated from there, but I don't want to lose any more staff to that library. So, and every time we lose a staff member, we lose that knowledge and training that we have invested in with the money you're putting into salaries. So it is my goal to get staff paid better than they currently are. Our beginning wage is $11. I know we get money from you to use it as we will, but with the insurance costs the way they are, it's just a goal of mine to increase the staff wages. I hope to eventually get some sort of step pay in part of our financing, but that's not a reality at the moment. Serenity Richards up in Cashers would be happy to have any of you up there. I know many of you go up there for meetings. She would be happy to show you around her library, as would I. We have a very dedicated staff. As you can see from these numbers, during this year so far, we still, these stats end at the end of April. That was the last stat poll I had. All of these have to be reported to the state, which is why, as you know, statistics are the thing for the state. I'd like you to note that, we've had 10,500 people using our computers this year, 83,000 using the Wi-Fi. We still had nearly 100,000 books checked out, even though people think books are a thing of the past. We do proctoring. We help the health department. We now have blood pressure machines in our libraries because the health department realizes those are safe spaces for people to have their blood pressure checked. We are always looking for ways to partner with our communities, like the schools where we have student access, the health departments, the Department on Aging. So anything the county invests in us, we make sure we will at least double your return on investment. So, are there any questions or comments, concerns?
I'm one of those ones that use the Wi-Fi.
I haven't used the Wi-Fi, but I go there a lot. I go to the Albert Carlton Library a lot, just because of it's a hub.
Yes.
It's right there near everything that is in my area, and my daughter's over there a good bit. So
I think a lot of people are using our library too. We have study rooms in both locations. They're used hundreds of times a month. People come in there to do telehealth. We're partnering soon in the fall with the Veterans Department to make sure veterans have the equipment they need for telehealth. As you know, unfortunately, there are a lot of mental health, PTSD issues that veterans deal with, so we're doing our best to support them with spaces, equipment, training for those that do not know how to use the equipment. So it is a hub. We do a lot for our libraries, for the community members.
Particularly the Albert Carlton, that I can't tell you how many meetings I go to a year, whether it's just a meeting with some realtors for a request, or a community meeting, whether it's hearing some candidates from your state levels. And I don't know how frequently the Jackson Library is, but Cashers is used almost daily.
Oh yes, yes, yeah. You can see and hear that over the past year, 2,500 people have used those two community rooms, the one in Cashers and the one in Silva, for a variety of weddings. We do weddings a lot, memorials, bar mitzvahs, birthday parties. As you know, we are also the home here in Jackson County of the Jackson Appalachian musicians now. They use our space every Wednesday. They use about 6 rooms, and we have the whole Jackson Appalachian music jam in there. It's a very musical day at the library. If you like the music, young children playing very traditional music, we are their hub, as they didn't have a place to go. So, and we have a beautiful room for performance. So.
Came by there, went to the Jackson Library maybe a month or so ago, might have been a little bit longer, and you couldn't get a parking space. And as I was talking to one of the folks out front, they said, well, this was the day that an entity came in to do tax forms for.
Yes, we filed over, AARP partners with us. They filed over 300 free taxes for seniors in our community. So that happens every year. It gets busier every year as more and more people need help with that. But that is a service we offer. We also partner with Pisgah Legal. They also do tax help.
And is that 1 day a week? What's
That is 1 day a week. Pisgah was 2 days a week. We also have work with the health department to make sure people can sign up for Medicare expansion, things like that. So we're always looking for ways to look outward and find ways to support other entities in our communities. And sports, they have their own office, but it's better for them to be in the library. They come on Fridays and use the library there, as they tend to get a lot more walk-ins when people have the computers they can use and things like that. So,
All those community rooms, who manages those?
well, the county cleans them and keeps them up to date. We manage them according to the meeting space policy. Yeah, they're under a policy for the.
And is there a fee to?
It depends. Community members, nonprofits, things like that, no. Any state organization, county organization, town organization does not. If someone is having a private event like a wedding or a party or anything, yes, they have to use the space. And if we're closed, if it's on an evening when we're closed or if it's on a Sunday, they have to pay an extra $25 an hour to have someone on site because no one can use the library. Cashers, you can use it. You can get a key and use it because that room seals off. Or that side of the building is too big to allow people to run free. So we, we charge for that. Yes. Any other questions? Thank you so much, and thank you again for all you do for us in the county.
We're running a little ahead of schedule, but there's no further comment for the morning session. Is there reasonable? Just say go ahead and adjourn until 12:30. We'll recess it until then. 12:30. There you go. All right, we'll go ahead and call our meeting back to order. Do you need a couple of minutes to go get it, or? Okay. We'll go ahead and start the afternoon off with Sheriff Farmer and his staff.
I got elected as a spokesperson here today, but I brought some support too. So, but if we have any questions or whatnot, they'll help me through that. I'm not going to go through the whole budget. I'm just going to hit some key points. That's okay. Do you have my budget or?
I have it, but it's in that truck that's alarming.
Okay. The first one is going to be on page 4 for us, and it's holiday pay. I'll just hit this briefly. What we've tried to do at the sheriff's office is we've tried to control our comp time and make sure our guys are using their time wisely and stuff. But because we're a 24/7 agency, the holiday pay, whenever we have somebody who needs to take holidays per shift, we're looking at 24 days a month with the current shifts that we have that they have to take off in order to get their holidays taken. That runs into a lot of time for us, people being off and stuff, and then we're having to bring somebody in to work time and a half in order to do that. What I was wanting to suggest is that instead of banking those and carrying them over, because we can't carry them over, you're not supposed to carry them over past a year, and these guys are losing their paid holidays because they can't carry them over and can't get the time off to take them, is just pay them on the day of the holiday. And the money's already there for that, but instead of banking those, I've talked to one other agency that said that they can either bank theirs or get paid for them, and I'd rather just pay the officers. That way we can concentrate on their comp time and get that comp time burned down, because that's a big thing for us is the comp time that gets built because of the special projects. The schools having different things going on with ball games and stuff. SROs build a lot of comp time. If we have a search or anything like that, we build a lot of comp time. So we're trying to cut down on some of that so we can burn that time up. Second one is a full-time evidence tech. And for us, that is our second highest liability area is our evidence. Number one is the jail. Number two is the evidence. We currently have a part-time officer that's doing the evidence. He can only work 20 to 24 hours a week. He can only work 1,000 hours a year, so he does about 3 days a week. So that limits us on being able to access the evidence whenever he's not there for court purposes or whatnot. Last year we brought in over 3,000 pieces of evidence. Before that, the highest was like 1,600 and something. But we're quickly running out of room in our evidence closet there in order to keep that evidence. And we need to dispose of evidence that's backdated. And to do that, the disposition orders and stuff that you have to get is time consuming. And you have to do a lot of legwork between the DA's office and looking our reports up and stuff and making sure all the evidence is logged where it needs to be and stuff, then locating that within the different evidence vaults that we have. So that's the reason for that, and not just full-time, but I would keep that part-time in there as well. And we have a couple of spots. We was trying to do lieutenants for our road patrol. And we was going to combine a bailiff and one of the deputy spots that we had to do that. But we got thinking about that. The evidence tech would be on the same level as that deputy position. And we could use that bailiff or that bailiff position. So we could use that bailiff position for that and just bump that officer position up to, or deputy position, bump it up to a lieutenant position, and that would fill my road positions with the lieutenants, and would do that. That would give us if we can recruit enough on the bottom side of that to give us 7 men per shift, that would be 2 up in the cashier's area, which we're currently running that every time we have 6 on shift, and it'd give us 5 here. And that lieutenant would be taking on some duties that currently the captains and myself are doing to help alleviate some of that, to free our time up for some other stuff. So, but that's our take on that. The PIO, the county manager and I have talked about that, and that's I think that's going to be something that we talk about on the county level. That the county could utilize a PIO that could help not just the sheriff's office, but the other agencies as well. The next one, BLET cadet positions. My whole premise behind this is because July 1 of this year, they're taking my ability to hire somebody and then send them to school for BLET. BLET at this time through SEC is almost 1,000 hours, which is 5 months of school. And for someone to attend school for 5 months without a job, it's pretty demanding. And if they've got a family, it's really demanding. So we've got agencies around us that are pulling from the same pool that we are, and the Highway Patrol, Waynesville PD, Asheville, other places are paying officers to go to school, or paying cadets to go to school, and then hiring them whenever they come out. This wouldn't be in addition, because the monies would be there for a deputy position. We'd just be paying them from that pool, I guess, until they could be sworn in. But I can't touch them until they're actually completed and certified by the state of North Carolina. And just to give you an idea of what's pulling from us, around us, Asheville PD right now for lateral transfers, they're doing a $5,000 bonus for lateral transfers. Waynesville PD, their starting salaries right now in 24-25 budget, or we're looking at $49,000. Their lateral transfers are $61,000 based on training and education. North Carolina Highway Patrol cadets, their starting is $51,582. At the end of the second year, they're $62,382 with an 11% pay increase that they're looking at this year in the 24-25 budget. So that's the agencies that we got pulling from us, and on west of here as well, that they're pulling from us. But we're all pulling from the same pool. And I don't want to settle for, just somebody to fill a position. I want the best and the brightest, recruit the best candidate that we can. And we're doing that by the CVSAs that we're doing. We're making sure our background checks are solid, but we want quality candidates that we can put through school and to hire on with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Excuse me. Is there a contract obligation after we put someone through BLET? How many years they need to remain?
I think we should, and I think a 2-year contract would be, and come up with a dollar amount for repayment if they don't meet that obligation. The next one will be on page number 11, and that's I've got a lady that works for us, and she is a tremendous asset. And I wish I could put on paper everything that she does, but I mean it would just be too detailed and too long to stand here and talk about it. But I'm trying to get her. Currently, she's an admin assistant 2. I'm trying to get her to the process assistant 4, or at least an admin 3. But her workload, and you can read through this. I won't read all of that. I'll leave it for you to read. But that's just a portion of what she does. And I can tell you, she accomplishes stuff that I don't say she does it in a day's time. But she's doing the work of 2 people. She doesn't complain. She just puts her nose down to the grindstone and she carries forward. So she's an asset that I definitely don't want to lose, and so I'm just trying to take care of her as best I can to try to keep her where she needs to be. And none of the stuff she does is it's all time consuming. And she carries all the DCI certifications and stuff. So, and that's not an easy task. There's even officers that can't pass all the DCI modules, and she carries all those. Next, we'll be on 13. Just one quick note on our training and ammo budget. Ammo is going up. And ammo is hard to get right now because of the situation in Ukraine. So we actually got a reduction in the ammo budget there, but we'd ask for like a $4,000 or $5,000 increase there. So, but I'll leave that in your hands. We'll make do with what we got if we got to. But that's sort of one of the things we do. It requires ammo to qualify and stuff. So, and not only for us, but our SWAT team, we have qualifications each year for them. For every firearm that you fire, the handguns, it's a 30 round day, 30 round night, and 20 to 22 rounds for a combat course. And that's well, it'd be 44 rounds because you got to do a day and night combat course. Then you've got to fire every weapon that you carry. Off-duty weapons, officers furnish their own ammo, but you've got an AR-15 officers have to qualify with, shotgun, and their handgun. And then our SWAT team, they will have their special weapons that they have to qualify with. So it takes a lot of ammo each year just to qualify and then to reallocate their duty carry. So. All right, next, I'll skip through a bunch of these. It's going to hit on this rekeying on page 22. That's something we've got a quote on to do and talk to Chad about it. What we're doing there is over the years, there's been so many keys handed out, and we've got key boxes down there that are full of keys. And they're not labeled, not been labeled, so we don't even want some of them fit. And we've tried to match them up. And some of the locks that we have in the jail are locks that was previously used for the rec department. So we're trying to get things where they can just use one or two keys in the back and the same up for the master keys and stuff in the sheriff's side of it. But that's the reason for that, just to try to get rid of some of those keys and we don't know how many of these keys are out there that has never been turned in because there's no, some of them wasn't kept up with who was issued a key or whatnot. So we've started that process of who gets issued a key now so that we can retain those whenever they come back. Real quickly on detention, I won't linger there long, but I think what we're trying to do on that reclassification is we put 4 corporals in place in the detention center. Reason being was when the sergeant would take off, you'd have 3 or 4 detention officers, nobody particular in charge, and then there was issues. You got more than one sometimes wants to be in charge, or somebody wants to do something differently. We needed somebody with some rank in order to fill that gap when the sergeant was off. So that we've got 4 that we promoted to the corporal position, but we did not increase their pay, and they've been doing that for over a year now. So I just want to try to step them up just one step on that. And I think we have a step between detention and our sergeant that would fit into. Next one will be on page 27. On-call compensation, that's in our detention center as well. I think we're good on the patrol side, but on detention, I've got 3 officers now that will, Tiffany was Captain Paul was doing that previously, and she was doing it all by herself, and it was $50 a week for compensation. And she was getting called out quite a bit to come into the jail if there's different things going on. And what we're trying to do is match them up with what we have on the patrol side in order to compensate them for their time on call where they can't leave town or they got to be within 30 minutes of the detention center so they can respond in case we have something happen. Next would be, I think that's it. Our goals, I'll just run over those real quick. Primary goal for the office 2425 is the recruitment and retention by implementing and recommending compensation addendums. Continued goal for this office is for detention officer pay increase to match deputy pay, and that would help with hiring and retention. Another goal is to successfully balance our needs and accomplish our goals and efforts to provide a community-driven approach to law enforcement by adding a full-time evidence technician, a public information officer, which would be a county public information officer, and starting a cadet program. A goal of our office is to change our transportation of prisoners to a paid line item there, and I think it's been taken care of already. Continued goal is for paid holiday leave for employees to reduce compensatory time and provide more coverage, and to provide efficient assets available by continuing to purchase needed equipment, enhancing deputy and detention officer safety while ensuring the public trust and safe and secure housing of inmates. And as myself and the men and women of Jackson County Sheriff's Office would like to thank each of you, the commissioners and the county manager and the finance officer, for taking time to consider our requests so we can better serve the citizens of Jackson County. But we thank you for that. Any questions?
I've got one, maybe for
Okay.
Chad, not you.
Okay. All right.
I was wondering what would be the cost difference of replacing those locks with electronic locks instead of keyed locks? Will it be easier to revoke access?
The electronic, I'm glad you brought that up. The electronic locks for the jail setting.
Some of them would have to be certified, and I don't know if there are any electronic ones that are.
They do make electronic locks. We have a key scan system that get you in. The key scan system gets you into the courthouse and stuff in different places. You can utilize those in a jail setting, but your outside perimeter you have to have where it's a control box only, where somebody has to manually punch it because if something happened, they took a swipe card or a key scan from you, then the inmate would have access. And you'd also need the ability to lock that down if something like that did happen. But we have considered that into our pod systems, doing a key scan system, so it gives our detention officers quicker access. And Captain Cope had brought this to my attention because Buncombe County and Haywood County currently do that. If they have a fight or if they have an inmate go down, that detention officer can key scan in there quicker without having to stand there and wait on a door pop. And they can get to that inmate quicker, or that situation is going on quicker than they would normally. But the outside,
Some of those that are centrally controlled, they have a panic that would just lock everything down.
yes.
So,
And we talked to a group yesterday that's going to talk to us a little more with the change of the cameras and stuff that we were talking about. We've got issues with the camera system and the control panel. And I'm currently working with the county manager with that so we can resolve those issues down there and get that taken care of. But I think we're near a solution for that. On the key scans through the agency, there's certain areas like the evidence room, the armory, that we limit access who goes in there, and we've added a couple of key scans to the sheriff's side of it, so that we can track who's going in and out of rooms and stuff.
for evidence, you could limit it to one badge or two badges.
Yeah, evidence. I don't even have access to the evidence room, so so we keep that really locked down. We've got access just to the one that can get in there and control the evidence. So, but that's all I have, unless you have more questions.
I'd like to talk about that cadet program.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear you? I guess the years of service that they would have to provide to Jackson County, that would be important component.
Correct.
I think two is a fair number.
Yes.
It's a good stepping stone for a career, and
Yes.
hopefully they stay within your department.
Yes.
The other thought is, if they did not stay that 2 year, is there, what happens to the salary, hourly rate, and or the cost of the education? How can that be, in that scenario, could be resolved? I'm sure there's a template out there in another county that already has that existing.
Pro forma that you can.
I'd like to kind of know what our policy would be.
Correct.
In the corporate world, I don't know about government and how that would work in the government, but when they give you a certain amount of money to stay, 2 years or whatever, and you leave early, they prorate it, excuse me, and take it out of your last paycheck.
It'd be interesting to know just how we would, apply that policy to our guys. And the last thing, do we have any cadets on standby right now that might be considered, part of that program?
Well, we have 2 cadets in school right now. One of them, I currently am paying them as a detention officer to go to school. But what that effectively does is we're holding a deputy position for him pending his graduation. And then we're holding his detention spot too, that nobody's there to work that. So we're technically tying 2 positions up right now on that. But we have 2 candidates. Both of them seem to be doing good right now, and we are hoping to have them out toward the end of June. And then we have a 12-week FTO program that they have to complete. And once they complete that, then we can start moving them out on their own. But it takes effectively 7 to 8 months to get an officer from school to the road. So it's a long, drawn out process. And they just increased the hours of BLET and changed that program this past year. So that's really limited us. Bigger agencies that have their own in-house academy, it's not as bad on them, but for us, it's especially all the counties west of Asheville, it's tough because we're pulling from that same recruitment pool, and I hate to say it, but if an officers today, they're not worried about the benefits, they're worried about that dollar amount, and they'll leave you for just a little bit. So, yeah, and that's every profession right now. So and I know that, and I'm not trying to put the hard sell on anything, but I'm just trying to take care of everything I can in Jackson County. But
Mr. Chairman, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's what I was curious about, the competition of other agencies, getting and recruits from here, from Jackson County. And I would even look forward to some type of, when we finish that 2 years of commitment to stay with Jackson County, some kind of pay benefit to some, lack of a better word, a bonus.
Yeah.
To show them that they're valued and they made a commitment, and we making a commitment back.
Yeah. Now, I know
Complete your 2 years.
I know the North Carolina Sheriff's Association was looking at something, trying to maybe push some legislation to try to get the state to come up with some kind of bonus or something for that recruitment bonus, but I'm not sure if that's going anywhere or not. So, but yeah, there's a lot of things out there, and I'm not saying money's the only tool that we can use to recruit them, but I'm hoping that we've created a good work environment down there that's a positive for a lot of people that want to come here. So, and we're we're constantly trying to make improvements to recruit people. So,
Sheriff, can I add something?
yes.
One thing about the recruitment that's hurting us, we had a guy from Haywood County with 18 years of experience apply with us that's still working over there. He wouldn't come here for $2,000 difference because we only given him 12 years of experience, moved over, so he's losing money, and that's hurting us. We could have got a really experienced guy that's got every kind of training you could think of. $2,000 kept us from getting. So something like that could help us if we could get that changed a little bit.
There's several Waynesville PD people that live here in the county, see the fire department at their house.
Yes. And every agency's trying to figure out different things to recruit and retain. That's where we're at. I mean, I even had a construction guy the other day said, "Hey, you got any guys who want to work part time?" It's because I'm struggling to find people. So, but we got a lot of different places out here that, I mean, even some of the fast foods and stuff. They pay enough for their competition for us. So,
Is there any way within our personnel policy to compensate that, Mr. McCoy just said, individual that when it's just that small amount of money and carries so much? Is there, what could have been changed to prevent that, I guess?
well, anything over a 12, I had to appear before the board in order to go for that. I think the county manager, that's as far as he can go is to 12. I mean, could increase his ability to do another number. But for me, I have to appear before you. And I think the former sheriff had done that with one of the deputies that we have. But that's the current process right now.
We can look at that policy if you'd like to and try to, bring that back before you.
Would, and I think if there was another candidate that meets a similar criteria and a similar dollar amount, please come before us.
Yeah. Well, we offered him what we had available, and he thought on it, and he told us, he said, "No, I can't do that." So, and I mean, what recruits go through, I mean, it's pretty stringent what we put them through. Just the paperwork process to get ready for the state and everything. And we have to do their background check. We do a CVSA, which is proven valuable for us as far as our recruitment, onboarding and stuff. It's taken away some candidates that we didn't need to hire. So we're thankful we started that process. So, but we do have some good candidates that we've missed out on. But yeah, that's the process. And sometimes I mean, you've got a short window if they're throwing applications in other agencies, and I may not be able to get here to see you guys before your next meeting or something. And it takes a little while to go through that process. So, but that's, like County Manager said, well, it's something we can look at later.
Policy may need to be explored
Okay.
a little further.
But I do appreciate your time. And
Going back to the contract, even if you have a good stable contract, a little bit different with corporate world and government is that the Fair Labor Standards Act kind of trumps that the last check. You can't take them below minimum wage. And so with that said, in my past, we have had to go to small claims court to reimburse those training expenses. And my experience, it was EMS, not sheriff's office, but it's the same difference. It was a 2-year, type of contract, which the contract held, but then you basically have a judgment against somebody in a small claims court environment, and you probably will never see it anyway. So you really have to be kind of cognizant of that and really look at that relationship, that you have for that 2-year period, because if you get to that judicial type of circumstance, the probability of you seeing it is very slim. So,
I mean, we could front load the contract with the lion's share and, and keep that from being an issue. But, obviously we need to look at get John to weigh in on a best contract kind of scenario and give that to the sheriff for review.
any other questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Y'all be safe this weekend.
All right. Thank you.
Quick 10-minute break. Nobody here. What's that?
So the problem with that whole thing is spending all that money, then
Okay, thank you. How are y'all? Good. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having me, Crystal Jones. I'm the director. Oh,
You go for it.
oh, okay. Crystal Jones. I'm the director of Awake Children's Advocacy Center. I know all y'all. Y'all all know me. I'm honored to be here again to talk about Awake. I love talking about Awake. So thank you for having me. Our budget that we have requested from you guys is $20,274, and so that is our yearly amount that we come back for every year. And so we're very thankful to ask for this amount. It's very crucial to what we do at Awake. And so what we do, for those who don't remember or don't know exactly, we work with law enforcement, with all of the agencies here in Jackson County, with the Sheriff's Office, with the Police Department, and also with Western Carolina University for certain cases. And then we also partner with the Department of Social Services, with Juvenile Justice, with the mental health agencies, and with the District Attorney's Office. We help child abuse victims here in Jackson County. That includes sexual abuse victims and physical abuse victims, and even emotionally abuse victims here. And we provide forensic interviews, and what that includes is a detailed interview that is conducted by a very specially trained individual. Right now we have three now trained individuals who conduct forensic interviews, and then we are also hiring for one additional one. And then we have also victim advocates as well. Right now we have, there's 5, including myself. I can actually do victim advocacy. I don't do much of that, I'll be honest with you, but I am trained and I can do it in a pinch, victim advocacy and case management. So we are very fortunate to have them, and we have one that is bilingual, and so that really fills in a gap for our Latinx communities. And then we also have mental health counselors, and I'm very excited to say that that's a thing that we've never had in-house. We've always contracted out, and we're grateful for our contracted companies outside of the center. But one of the things that I really took hold of in this area is wanting to have our own in-house therapist. And so we have one of those, and we just hired another one, and she is also part of the Latinx community and is bilingual, and I think that's number 2 in the state. And so I am very, very honored and blessed to tell you guys that. So some of the things that I've asked for in the grant is operational expensive things, that grants that I would get from the state level just don't fund, which is things like gas cards to get clients back and forth to counseling services. A lot of our rural mountainous areas make it very difficult whenever you remove potentially the breadwinner from the household, because that is the offender, that is the perpetrator. Helping that non-offending caregiver, be it the mom, be it the dad, whoever it is, be sustainable on their own. Things like that, or providing groceries to a family who just don't have the means to provide that. That's what that money goes for. Also, lab work for children who might have STIs as a result of their abuse, that we see that more and more now. Additionally, if the child becomes pregnant as because of their abuse, we also see that in helping her find support for that situation. We're very, we try to make sure that she has all the love and support that she possibly can. We've seen that as well. Another thing too is our child medical evaluations. We pay into a nonprofit called the Child Medical Collaborative, and that is very expensive for us, but we are seeing great success. The Child Medical Collaborative is unlike anything of its own, and it was birthed right here in Jackson County. It's something to be very, very proud of. And so it's a nonprofit, and it gives us 24/7 access to these child medical evaluations. That's never been done before either. And so Dr. Renee Coward, my predecessor, is just monumental in that feat. And so very excited about that too. And so these are things that all of this funding is going toward. The taxpayers' money is going toward helping the future. And I will always stand by what I have said before. If you want to fix or make a dent in the issues of poverty, if you want to make a dent in the issues of crime in our communities, make a dent in the issues of drugs or other societal issues, it starts with kids. I'm not saying we disregard things with adults, not at all. But I am saying if we want to tilt that wheel back to getting back to helping those issues make a dent and start realigning those issues, it starts with kids. That's where we need to focus. And I'm so grateful for all of your support, your continued support. I truly appreciate that. And I appreciate the taxpayers.
we have wonderful support here in Jackson County for this mission. We have a heart for it. We've got great citizens who love this mission of helping children, and it's felt. It truly is. So, can I answer any of your questions?
How many kids? I mean, I don't know. How many kids do you normally see in a fiscal year?
Last fiscal year, we saw 156. So it was funny. After COVID, we were thinking things were going to kind of teeter off back to normal levels. Unfortunately, I've just not seen that. I'm a statistics kind of person, and so I like to watch where the trends are. I don't have an answer why they're not trending downward, but they keep going up. And so 156 was last fiscal year. In Jackson County alone, so far this year, we've seen 58 kids, which is a lot. And not only that, but the severity of the cases, I can tell you, are horrific. I would love to say that, okay, we're seeing kids, but we're seeing more, neglect cases. Not saying that those are not horrific as well, because they are. But the types of cases that we're seeing are really bad. The sextortion cases that the FBI has warned about, they're happening. The other things to do with technology like AI, the artificial intelligence, we're seeing it. Everything that the FBI has warned us about, it's coming, it's here. The crimes against animals with juveniles, things like that, it's here, it's happening. The child-on-child sexual abuse cases, those are here and they're happening. I will also say that we are seeing a huge trend of terrible physical violence. And I'm not talking about spanking your child. Corporal punishment, as we all know, is legal. I'm talking about physical violence towards a child and torture cases towards children. We are seeing it in droves. And this is something that we want to get out in front of the public and say that this is wrong. We are doing trainings. We offer it to all agencies for free. We are doing it for churches, for groups. Anybody who wants this training, we want to offer this to everyone. And so if you have organizations that you want us to do it for, we're happy to do that. We'll do it on weekends. We'll do it after work. We want to make this accommodating for anybody. So,
does a $20,000 cover the many needs that you told us about?
I don't know if any dollar amount would cover, the abundant amount of things that we could do to fight this epidemic anywhere. But I am so grateful for it. I truly am.
Greatest shortfalls in pools of money.
It's people. I think that what we could do the most good with is putting the right people in the right places. And so every time I write a grant, I have my people in mind of where can I put these skilled individuals to help these children. The equipment is wonderful. The stuff is what Renee always taught me was the people. The people hold the skills to help the children, and that's what I focus on. So.
Do thankless work.
Yeah, well, thank you.
I mean,
for
the
what you
stories that you
Thank you.
hear and see are
Thank you.
not easy to deal with.
I can't say enough either about our collaborative partners. They see it as well. Our law enforcement, our DSS workers, they go into these homes. We do all that we can at the office, and then they take it one step further. And so I have to also commend them just as much. So,
Works in that world. And
yeah,
it's sad.
It is. It is.
Sadly, the abused children, when they grow up, they either get into an abusive relationship where they're continuing to be abused as an adult.
That's right.
Or they're the abuser and
It can happen.
no middle ground unless there's intervention.
Yeah, it can happen. And that's one of the things that our advocates do so well is that they stand with the child even after adjudication. Let's say that sometimes, our district attorneys aren't able to adjudicate, and that happens. It's just one of those things. We do as much as we possibly can as a multidisciplinary team, and that's what's happening right now back in my office is that they all meet monthly to talk about all these cases, to do everything that we can do to make sure no child falls through the cracks. And unfortunately, we just do all that we can do, and sometimes it's just not enough. And so our advocates, though, stay with this child up until the point where they're 18, and then sometimes that child even comes back after they're 18 as an adult, and they're like,
a helper.
What else can we do? And we still plug them into resources. We do the very best we can, and then sometimes we have wonderful success stories, and that's really what, along with other things, that gives us the greatest joy. And they say, "I'm okay. I'm doing great," and it's because of y'all. It's because of Awake. It's because of our collaborative partners. It's because of the taxpayers' support. It's because of y'all, and it's because of a lot of prayer, a lot of well wishes, a lot of all of those things that come together for the better of the child. So there's great success story even with heartache.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate
anything
it.
from the board.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Moving on now, Mr. Chamberlain.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Chamberlain's here with Christmas Connection.
I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I got it on. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for supporting us in the past and taking time to listen to everybody come up and give their presentation so that hopefully everybody can get funding. We are just now starting our 11th year with the program, and we last year served 592 children in 249 families. We did have a lot of families come to us late in our process, and so that drove our costs quite a bit. And so we did end up a little bit shorter on funds than we normally do. I know that last year you guys changed your donation from 5,000 to 10,000, which was greatly appreciated because we did have a reduction in some sponsorships. So that ended up, we had some organizations that normally sponsor not come. And we did have a drop of the number of people who sponsored this year as far as sponsored children.
Right.
Yeah, we have a spot where they can sponsor a child, and we had fewer of those, and we also had fewer organizations that participated. So that became key in us being able to finish off the year. We have already started purchasing for the coming year as we purchase to try to take advantage of sales and things like that, especially now, because we did have so many people come kind of late in the process. We ended up with spending more money because we had to buy things at full price. And as you know, with the inflation, things have gone up. We advertise $75 per child. We're probably closer to $85, and then that doesn't even include the extras anymore, which is we give everybody hats, gloves, school supplies, paper, pencil, crayons, things like that. They get a book to read. They get candy in a stocking. So and the parents get stuff can get stuff that they take off the table that we have that gets donated, and then so those are not really included in that cost. That's extra stuff that we provide that we try to help with, other things besides just Christmas. And as we also had a little bit of a change in the families. We had families with we had some smaller families. Normally we get almost 3 children per family. We were closer to 2.5 this year on children per family. So it seems like we're reaching a few more families, but just a similar number of children. But we're helping more families in that respect. We're working on processes to try to get the word out earlier and try to make sure that people know that that they can participate in our program and kind of what our program is providing. So we do try to work with the parent as a partnership. They fill out a form, and we make sure through DSS that they qualify. They just have to have Medicaid for the children or qualify for food benefits, and then they automatically get in our program. And so we work with DSS on doing that, and DSS helps us collect the forms. And we also try to work with Head Start, and we had a contact in the health department. That kind of, we didn't quite make that. I had a heart condition last year in September, and so we got a little behind. That was part of it. So I think we're going to try to be more proactive to cut back on the late families that come in, and so that'll be helpful. We are also trying to look to the possibility of expanding to some other services that might be a little more year-round to help families. We haven't quite gotten all of that worked out just yet, but we think that we might be able to grow to more than just Christmas. We might be a little bit more of a community connection instead of a Christmas connection, and at least if we can't provide them, maybe help get referrals. So, because we know DSS is buried, so that we're trying to figure out ways that we can try to help. At any rate, so we are again dedicated to keeping the program running, and so far we have put out about $6,500 out of our pocket to try to buy all that sales stuff so that we can still take advantage of it.
And you should see our trunk. It's packed.
I'm sorry?
Our trunk is packed right now.
Yeah, we got boxes in our trunk. I got to get them over to the storage unit. And we lost our location because the building got sold again. So we're back to begging for space. So we were trying to work with the hospital or another partner to try to find some space. And so once we do that, then things will be okay. But we would certainly appreciate any kind of support that you could provide for the organization to help us continue to operate.
What was your current ask this year? Was it?
I'm sorry?
Are you remaining at 10,000, or do you have a shortfall that?
No, we again asked for 10,000.
Okay.
We didn't have a shortfall per se because we made some other donations personally again for last year to kind of help with the parent table and some other stuff. So it doesn't show as a shortfall on here because we count it as a donation to the organization.
Right.
So, but we probably did have a little bit of a shortfall, but not a tremendous amount. It probably would have been, we probably would have been about $2,000 short.
Okay.
For last year, if we hadn't have spent money out of pocket as a donation. We typically do that every year. We wait till the end of the year because we know we're going to end up, and then we personally commit to our organization to make sure that it can that the families get what they need.
Okay. Do you have a question?
I got one.
Is the added cost of the storage unit going to hurt, or I know that's kind of, I don't want the added cost of a storage facility for all of the items to impact the money given.
Yeah.
So if
we have right now. I have a unit for like $110 a month, so it's actually not bad.
Right.
It's pretty cheap. It's not as good as the one we had before, but we lost that when we moved to the building that we were allowed to stay housed in, and then we went ahead and gave it up because we thought we were going to be able to leave our stuff there, and then the building got sold. The old mattress store.
How big of a unit?
I'm sorry?
How big of a unit are you renting?
I believe it's a 12 by 12.
Do we not have some type of facility that the county owns?
Facilitate that storage. I mean, I know we're pretty tight already.
Just a thought. Try to help.
Yeah. I still have my name in the hat for when the other one opens up because it was only 75 and it was a 12 by 15 that went really high so we could stack the racks up high and take advantage of the space. So I'm still working on that part if we can reduce the cost there. But yeah, I mean, we just have to be able to carry over inventory and have a place to store all this stuff we buy throughout the year, so.
Okay.
Did I hear you say the cost of a sponsorship was about $85?
Yeah, well, we advertised $75 for somebody to sponsor a child, but they were clearly spending more than that. I think the sponsors were good. Some were and some weren't, but you could tell that some of them were spending more. So it looks like as we advertise going forward, we're going to up the amount a little bit for what we consider sponsoring a child because of the costs. And then we typically get people that will either go ahead and we give like a blind form, so they don't know who the family is, and the family doesn't know who they are. It's double blind, and then so they get a little form that gives the age of the child with all the details, and they can go shopping and bring it back. And we tell them on an instruction page, what we expect to see in the sponsor bag. And then the other one is we sometimes have people that say, I want to sponsor 2 children, but I can't go shopping, so they just give us the $150. So that's always nice to have as well.
We've done both, and we never pay attention to what, the dollar amount you say we have to spend is. We just buy what we want to buy.
Right. We just try to keep it balanced so that we know that the children are being served fairly evenly.
Yeah, I mean,
if we give a dollar amount, when we say we want them to have pants or shirt, socks, and 1 to 3 items off that toy list that they give us, that typically gives them something that keeps them from going ape and like buying half the store and trying to, then you got one kid that gets, this and another child that gets bare minimum. So we're trying to keep it, balanced per child.
We always try to do that for our kids who are going to school too. We would kind of, I don't know about other people's, but we always try to limit what Santa Claus bought because other children at the school,
they don't get the same. Oh yeah, I grew up in a 1-income 5-child family. I get it.
Yeah.
You go to so make the PlayStation or this or that from the parent, not from Santa. Santa should be the simple, straightforward gifts. And then
that's what we always try.
That's what we try to let people know when we talk to them that that's appreciated.
And for someone that's wanting to sponsor, just so the public knows, listening, how can they contact you?
We have an email address, and then we have also a phone that's dedicated for Christmas Connection that's on our phone. We have 2 phones. We have one that's the phone we carry, and then we have another one with a Spanish-speaking person that can help.
What's the phone number? Do you have that on you?
I'm sorry?
You have the phone number?
Yes. The English line is 828-399-1216. And the Spanish line is 828-506.
I'm trying to remember that one.
I'm sorry. I will have to provide. I can provide you with that information.
Ooh, what's that?
And what's that?
Yeah, we also have. Yeah, we have a web page, and I'm trying to get it so that we can possibly allow people to enter their information through either the computer or a mobile device into a database. But again, we're looking at how expensive is it to maintain the website when you're allowing them to do form entry with a database. The price of your support goes way up.
And what's the website? Is that Christmas Connection?
It's Christmas Connection of JC.org.
And the email is the same except for
Yep. It's Christmas Connection of JC at Gmail.
And one last thought. The families and children you help are from Jackson County.
Yes. Exactly. That one of the requirements is they have to live in Jackson County.
And
that's good.
And I can tell you, we put on the webpage Jackson County, North Carolina. We actually had to put North Carolina on it because we were getting Jackson County, Minnesota,
Florida.
Jackson County, Florida. And it's really heartbreaking when we get somebody that says that, and then we have to say, I'm sorry, we're only in North Carolina.
Yeah.
What we will do is I will look up what might be available in their county to at least give them some guidance on that. But yeah, it's only Jackson County.
Good.
This is a great thing, and I mean, the cost difference is $1,320 to make sure that the unit is paid for, and I almost feel like we should help out with that. That way, the $10,000 is directly going to the children that have that need.
I would agree with that. And best thing to do is just keep that unit all year long. If we just continue to pay that each year,
Unless you find something that's
cheaper,
less expensive, you know.
Right.
But I think for the minimal cost, it's well worth the increase there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we are 100% all volunteer, no paid staff.
Right.
So none of the money that comes in is for people. It goes directly to driving the program.
13.
Are you paying for the website and stuff out of your pocket, or is it coming out of the?
Yeah, I'm doing that out of my pocket. That's just part of what I feel is my contribution to the organization. So,
I mean, I would be okay with funding that as well. So.
What's the cost of the website?
I believe right now it's $297
a year.
Yeah. So that's not too bad, really. I found one of the more reasonable ones that I think gave us a break because we are an official 501c3. So I think we got a different pricing
But it says another
than normal.
$300 on here.
What would be the cost of that registration and maybe payment online? What did that go up to?
So you could
For
accept
the-
donations online.
I'm sorry?
So you could accept donations online for the.
We do accept donations online. We currently do it through a PayPal link that we have. And we also, and I'm working on setting up a Venmo so that people can use Venmo. Venmo has a lot more restrictions and other things, so I'm working on that.
They're asking how much the database setup would be.
Oh, the database thing? Oh. I'm not sure about that one. I'm thinking it's 500, but I'd have to go back and reprice it because I haven't done that for about
additional per
5
year, or
years.
just 500 total.
I'm sorry?
500 additional for the year, or just 500 for the year?
I think it's 500 additional per year, but I'd have to go back and check. And this is what I mean that if you go from displaying information to all of a sudden wanting to collect it and house data, that's when the price automatically runs up because then they're managing your database.
Right. Okay. I think for now, let's
Let's do the 300.
get the website paid for. Yeah. And maybe in that little bit of shortfall that you find with these families, you can reallocate those funds to that, and it helps. Less administrative costs and more direct impact.
$1,600.
So,
12.
what's that?
We stood up to
12.
Average. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys taking time to learn everything you need to about the program and your willingness to hear and understand what we're doing.
And thank you for the county and personal support.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We love our kids.
Yeah, they're I mean,
They're the future.
the one before you, I know you probably give to some of those children,
We
and
do. She was saying that. Yes, we send
Yeah.
them we send them forms to give to their families to fill out.
right. So Crystal is working hand in hand with you guys, and we know it's a direct impact to people that really need a little something extra. So, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Up next, we've got Mr. Rigdon from Westbridge Vocational.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Hey, I appreciate your time today and consideration. I want to tell you up front, I had a little mishap at work this morning. I wear hearing aids, and one of my hearing aids has gone out. It's great when you're home and your wife wants you to do something, but I'm having a little hard time hearing, so shout out and throw something at me. Not a question, but I do appreciate your time today. Just tell you a little bit about us, our background. Some of you may know a lot about us anyway. We're Westbridge Vocational. For many years, we were Webster Enterprises. We're out in the little Savannah community. We've been around since 1976. And at that time, there were some concerned parents in Jackson County that had adult children with disabilities, and they wanted them to have opportunities and choices and the ability to go to work. And our mission is to provide those job training skills and job opportunities for these individuals that have a barrier to employment. Now, the barrier can be a disability or it can be a disadvantage as well. And since 1976, we've put over 2,000 people to work. And I should say it's not just Jackson County. Our footprint, our service area covers Swain County, Macon County, Jackson County, and the Eastern Band. So over 2,000 people since 1976. We've expanded our programs over the last few years, and I'm really glad for that. We work very tight with the school systems. The program we have launched in the last 5 years is called PREATS, Pre-Employment Transitional Services. So we have job coaches that go into our high schools and administer different sessions such as resume building, advocacy, career exploration, job sampling, different things, because, as I'm sure a lot of you know, not all of the kids or schools are going to have the opportunity to go to college, whether it's SEC or Western or anywhere else. And particularly those children who have a disability or a 504 plan. And that's the population we're looking at, because they're going to be in our county. They're going to stay here, for the large part. Again, they're not going to have an opportunity to go to college and move out and do different things. So we're looking to prepare those individuals. Jackson County Schools does a tremendous job, in my opinion. I've got 2 kids in Jackson County Schools, and I'm a product of Jackson County Schools. But they do a great job of preparing kids for the future. But there are those kids that are going to be left behind with those disabilities. And our goal is to give them an opportunity and give them choice. So we're in the schools. They'll come to us at our site. We go to schools and do services there as well. And so that when they do graduate high school, they'll have a leg up and they can go out here and work in our community. So if you ever visit some of our local businesses, Walmart, Lowe's, Ingalls, Jackson County Schools, and the cafeteria and other places, and you see an individual in there working with disability, it's a good possibility that they came through our training program. We are self-supportive. We support over 70% of our mission through our manufacturing efforts. Our manufacturing serves twofold. We manufacture disposable medical devices, primarily surgical drapes. And the beauty of it is, if you or loved ones ever had a need to go in for a surgery, they use a drape on you, they're going to throw it away. You can only use it one time, so that we produce thousands and thousands of drapes every day. And as I said, so we support about 70% of our mission and our business through our manufacturing practices. But it also serves as a training platform, because the individuals that come to us, they come to us through the state. They go to the state seeking services because they want to go to work. So the state will give us a referral, and they come out and they train, and they get paid while they're working at our facility. And we're not trying to make them drape makers. We say that from the get-go. We're not trying to make you a drape maker, but we're trying to instill those soft skills, things that you would expect if you have employees, being to work on time, good hygiene, being able to get along with your coworkers, listening to what your supervisor says, hitting productivity, quality levels, all those things that you would want in an employee. So we look at it, we're putting a product out there, and we want to put a stamp of approval on that, so that our network of employers that work with us want to come back to us and say, hey, do you have anyone else that can come into a program? This year alone, just in our overall programs, everything adult services and with the youth, we're going to serve about 125 individuals. About 85 to 90 of those are in the school systems. And again, it's not all Jackson. In Jackson County alone this year, in our school systems, we're serving 22 students. I'm happy to say that just this year we're expanded, so we're headed up the mountain. We're in Summit Charter School. Next year, we're hoping to be in Blue Ridge. Currently, we're in Smoky Mountain High School. And next year, the projections are we're going to serve 110 to 120 students, and we look at that number in Jackson County to increase to being close to 40 students, 40 kids with disabilities in our schools. As far as our home base and where we are in Webster, our employee base is about 40 employees, give or take one or two on the head count. Our budgeted salaries, $1.3 million that we have that taxpayers are putting back into Jackson County. We're looking to expand, and to expand, of course, we need help. We need support. One of the things we're looking at is to renew a contract with Via Health. That would allow us to serve individuals that have intellectual developmental disabilities. Right now, we're working with developmental disabilities. We're also looking, as I mentioned, the pre-ETS program to expand that as well in our school system. So would love for guys, any of you interested to come out for a talking tour. We do those anytime someone in the community has an interest and wants to come out and visit with us. We'll show you our manufacturing operations, talk to you about our services and the different things we do, and let you know about how we work within the county with our service area. So I'll open up to you if you have any questions or comments or anything for me.
Are most of your referrals from the school system, or is
I'm
it?
I can't hear anything.
Are most of your referrals from the school system, or do they come, from outside sources as well?
So in the schools, it is through the school system. So our job coaches are in the school system. The EC coordinators and EC teachers will work with us and say, hey, these are our list of students. Now, of course, we can't apply the service and deliver the service unless a parent approves that.
Okay.
As far as adult services, an individual can come to us through the state. But one program, and I'm glad it was a good question, one program we launched last year, that is our own initiative, we call it Bridge to Work. And that's for individuals, again, with a disability or disadvantage, who either don't seek services through the state, not sure how to navigate that, or maybe the state has denied them that opportunity. So we're taking that on in-house. So we've got 2 or 3 different ways that we can accept referrals into our programs.
That's great.
All right. Anything else? No?
Any other questions?
All right. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Moving on now, we have Jennifer Fair from WNC Communities.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can't believe it's a year since we've been back here, but again, I'm Jennifer Fareed, Executive Director of WNC Communities, and thank you so much for this opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about this, about our organization and how you guys support us, because not all the counties get an opportunity to do that. I really love the fact that I get to come here and talk to you. So first off, thank you so much for your continued support of WNC Communities throughout the years. It really can't be stressed enough how our support from our county partners, our government, which really call our partners, has sustained our organization for nearly 75 years now. We're going into our 75th year. And our mission is to empower the people of Western North Carolina to cultivate vitality and prosperity is really what our mission is. And we do that through collaborative efforts and helping agricultural opportunities. So community and agriculture cannot separate those in our rural communities. And through our 75 years of supporting and developing strategies and opportunities, we work with community clubs, community centers, trying to improve rural life and having that positive impact in agriculture and even forestry now with our Hemlock Restoration Initiative. So as you know, our community centers and clubs, the heart backbone of our underserved rural and urban areas in Western North Carolina. And really, they're the ones that are providing vital services to the grassroots folks. There are a lot of the communities, clubs and centers don't receive any funding directly. They may be 501c3s themselves, they may not be. So we are their conduit to get them, to strengthen them and to provide them what they need so that rural communities, they know what's best for themselves. So we try to provide opportunities to them so that they can make decisions that are going to be really affecting their communities. And that's everything from exercise, health and wellness programs, educational programs, recreational opportunities, internet, broadband, food distribution, and more. Our Honors Awards, which is a tradition that's been going on this will be our 75th year in 2024. We have a network of community clubs. And our Jackson County community clubs continue to be a shining example for our other communities in Western North Carolina. In fact, both of last year's participating Jackson County communities received Best in Class. So they are showing some of the best practices for community clubs and how they're continuing to evolve in the 21st century to solve their communities. They're doing a lot different things than they did in the 50s and 60s and 70s, but they still really remain vital for their communities. So we're really proud of our Jackson County communities. And it's a voluntary program that we offer all community centers in Western North Carolina. And through that, we can help them improve their quality of life. But what also this network of community clubs and centers, we're able to offer special things to help them. We help them with their grant writing if they have an opportunity to have a grant opportunity. We help them with educational opportunities. We have tons of workshops throughout the year where we help strengthen their leadership, help them work to get their volunteer base up and get youth involved. Those are all kind of the programs that we help them strengthen their leadership skills so that they can remain vital in their communities. Really, the COVID-19 health crisis really showed how important these communities are. And ever since 2020, we've even been strengthening that network of communities. So we've done a lot of work in the last couple years to get that community program really up and strong. And we've seen the impacts on our communities from that. Also, WNC communities, we like to maintain a posture of readiness. We consider ourselves opportunity ready, and what your funding does is allow us to do that. So in times of need, we can mobilize and help. Of course, I had mentioned last year we were able to get together a regional support program to help when Tropical Storm Fred came through. Just recently, we had a really bad storm in Madison and Buncombe County, and some of our farmers almost had total devastation from some freak hailstorm. We were able to mobilize, get that going up, and we've been able to assist farmers from there. And of course, that's something that we offer to all of the counties that we represent in Western North Carolina. Our Journey Scholarship Program helps to support rural kids and seniors in high school to help that is keeping on going. And of course, all of our agricultural programs, our Beef Cattle Commission, our Dairy Commission, they're the ones that are really helping with the youth, the kids, with the youth livestock shows at the Mountain State Fair. And of course, I had mentioned our Hemlock Restoration Initiative, which is helping to restore the hemlocks in Western North Carolina. And again, we're able, because we can remain strong as an organization, we can host other programs like our Western North Carolina Ag Options Program, which is funded by the Tobacco Trust Fund Commission, but we house that out of our organization at WNC Communities. And that's really just redistributing funds in the form of grants to individual farmers in Western North Carolina. And since 2004, the Western North Carolina has received over $4 million in grants, and Jackson County farmers have received $132,000 in the past years for that. So we continue to represent our farmers in Jackson County. So we do a lot of WNC communities, and we're a regional organization, again, covering the western part of the state. We're really committed to creating long-lasting positive economic development and social outcomes for our people and our mountain people. We have a trusted record to be good stewards of our resources, and we have a proven track record on that. We remain nimble, ready to help when we can, and we are able to respond in a timely manner. And we're really focused on building relationships because we believe that that's where you can leverage your resources, and that talent pool is really what helps us accomplish more. We accomplish more together. We're passionate about elevating grassroots ideas, and our rural communities are really the heart of what we do. So I just wanted to thank you again for your part in helping us help the people of Western North Carolina and in Jackson County. And I just appreciate you considering our request, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
One question I have is, you're talking about youth involvement, with boys and girls clubs, after school programs, things like that, and container gardening. Do y'all do anything with that, or is it?
Well, we're trying to really help with the 4-H clubs are really a great place to get the youth into that. So working through Extension, our community clubs once, back years ago, hosted all of the 4-H clubs. That kind of moved away, so we're trying to invigorate that. And right now we've got an effort going this year to get Extension involved a little more and help with the 4-H to see if we can utilize our community centers. They've got the folks that want to do it. They've got the kids. 4-H is volunteer. All our community centers are all volunteer, so it really fits them good. So we're working with that.
I just think in terms of all the food, the need for food, fresh
Yes.
vegetables. These are wonderful opportunities where you can take a child and have them kind of, one, learn to manage the product, but two, give back to the community. In some of these areas like Savannah, Cullowhee, these different community centers. And it's a low cost,
Yeah.
and it teaches a child or a youth a product.
And the youth has been a really big focus too. The community centers are looking for strategies to get youth involved, and it seems to be a theme we keep hearing over and over again. So again, like I said, we're stressing that this year, youth involvement and leadership. Because our community centers, the leadership's aging out, so they're trying to help get younger. Sometimes when we say youth, we mean people that are under 50. That's our youth. But getting that next generation there to take over that, and it does involve the kids.
One of my favorite things, my daughter comes home and she's got Dirt Club. And every week, she comes home with just these horrible hands, but it's great.
Yeah.
Because she's planting, little tomatoes, she's planting whatever, flowers, and she enjoys it immensely. So
Yeah, and we're trying to keep inspiring farm families to keep farming and keep farmland and really support agriculture too. So
does any of your funding go to farmland preservation?
We work with a network of different counties that are working on some of that to help that, and of course, we provide all of that to anybody who receives an Ag Options grant through our thing. We have they're tied into any resources for farmland preservation and succession plans and things on the farm for 2nd generation farmers and 3rd generation farmers. Now we're seeing.
Well, that's what you I mean, that's the hard impact is grandpas and great grandpas and grandmothers have created a farm, and now it's being passed down.
Yeah, and we're seeing that
huge increase in cost just in taxes.
And we're seeing that there is a need for those resources to help people figure out how to do that.
Right.
And there are smart, good ways to be able to do that. So helping people realize that it's not that there's a benefit for them in there is something that we've been really trying to connect people with.
That's great. Yeah. Any additional questions?
Did I hear you say there were 2 community centers in Jackson County?
Yeah, that are active right now. That's Caney Fork and Pumpkintown.
Okay.
And again, they were both, the way our honors program works is we help community centers move from different levels based on the kind of where they are in their communities. Are they a 501c? Do they have so many volunteers? And each one of those are like different classes. Well, both Caney Fork and Pumpkintown both received the award for their best in class in 2023 for all their outstanding work that they did. So that was really exciting to see that, and moving up in levels, we're helping them do that. So proud of our Jackson County communities.
makes me feel better in doing what we did for Caney Fork Community Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, our community centers support them any way you can. That's what we want to see them strong.
Any additional questions? Well, I'm sorry I messed up your name earlier. Fareed.
It's free. It's okay. It's okay. It's a tough one. It's 5 letters, but it causes a lot of trouble sometimes. So
Well, thank you, Ms. Fareed.
thank you, everybody.
We
For,
appreciate your hard work.
thank you. Thank you. How you doing?
We do not have John coming in today, so we'll be waiting on Mr. Fall and rolling start for a little bit.
Reason why he didn't come in?
I'm not sure, but I'm sure he had pretty legitimate reason. Is to not miss these things.
I was telling somebody recently, I can't remember what the conversation was about Rolling Start. Forget who it was.
Let's take a 10-minute recess. Meeting back to order. First up, we have Dr. Fall with Rolling Start.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Cliff Fall, and like I said, I'm with Roller Start NC. We're incorporated. We're a local 501c3 based out of Silva. We've been in existence 5 years as of last week. And what we do is we take donated vehicles and we refurbish them, and then we give them at no cost to local people in financial need and without their own vehicle. We have a committee, we call it the Auxiliary Committee, that vets and determines who's going to get these vehicles. That committee is made up of several people with human resources type backgrounds, including people from Department of Social Services, both present and retired, from people from Circles of Jackson, from Center for Domestic Peace, retired from Westbridge Vocational, and people like that that are familiar with that type of the community. And they do our locating and vetting of the potential clients. And they are all volunteers. We do have 2 part-time employees, both being paid for 10 hours a week, maybe work a little more than that, but they're local residents, and they're being paid by a grant that we have previously received. We have a shop that we just moved into in November off of Sutton Branch, and we're paying rent on that, but very minimal rent. And so all of our other help is volunteer help. And this past 2023, we were able to refurbish 22 vehicles, and 21 of them went to residents of Jackson County. In the first 5 months to date, 2024, we've done 10 vehicles, and we've got several more we expect to do before July 1st in your next fiscal budget. The people that we give vehicles to are typically in financial need, but they all have their own story. Some of them are survivors of domestic abuse, where they leave a relationship with nothing but the clothes on their back and the kids, and then they have to start their life over. We work with Life Challenge of North Carolina, which is based on Cagle Branch Road in Jackson County. They are a 1-year residential rehab facility, and when their women graduate from that, they often go to a halfway house next to the Presbyterian Church, and we have given several of their graduates vehicles to start their life over. When they're living in the halfway house, they usually have a job, and but without a car, they're still depending on other people, and that starts giving them their independence so they can go on. We work with Circles of Hope and their graduates, and we've given several of them a car. So that's the type of people we're trying to help, let them have a chance to start over or work their way out of poverty and that type of thing. You know, it's one thing to have a job, but if you don't have a car to get there, you're not a very reliable employee. You don't have a great chance of moving up. The choices of jobs are limited. So with a car, we're trying to help people and let them find their independence and less reliance on family, friends, and county resources. So this is the third. We're asking for $8,000 for the coming year. This is our third time that we've asked for money, and you've been gracious enough to fund us in the past years. We're asking for $8,000 that we would use toward our general budget fund, things like insurance and licensing, office and shop supplies, different things like that. We've been fortunate enough to get several grants in the past to cover the actual cost of parts and services to refurbish the vehicles, but they're restricted grants that don't cover these other things. And so that's basically where we're at. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer, but we do appreciate anything you can do for us.
Any questions from the board?
What is your total budget for the year for Rolling Start?
This past year, it was just under $60,000.
22 cars for
22 cars.
$60,000.
Mhm. And probably the average value of the car we're giving away is probably conservatively $5,000. So we've.
As part of this grant, we require one car at least for every 1,000 that we give in Jackson County.
Yeah, and like
you almost tripled that. So
yeah, we did 20.
Great job. You're doing great. Great work for the community.
Yeah, we did 21 last. Well, not your fiscal year. I think it was 20 for your fiscal year, but for the calendar year, it was 22.
There's a great need, and there is a gap.
Yeah.
For the folks listening and possibly the press, would you like to give a phone number or a website or some contact?
Sure. Whether it's somebody who feels they're a potential applicant or somebody who wants to donate a vehicle or any other type of donation, we have a website, rollingstartnc.org or rollingstartnc@gmail.com. And they can text me at 828-506-0078, and I can get back to them, whether it's about a car donation or an application or whatever.
Do you have enough people donating their time or skill sets to help you?
We've got, well, we started off as a group of car enthusiasts that have been getting together for 15 years, working on cars for different things. Then we decided to funnel that into doing something like fixing cars for somebody in need, and it grew from there. We have 15 people that get together every Wednesday night to work on cars. So we have a good group there. And then, like I said, our auxiliary committee that works with the applicant side is all volunteers too, and that's a committee of 10. So we've got a lot. We can always, sure, we can use more if somebody's interested, but yeah. And
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Joyce Pope, who's the Director of Outreach for United Christian Ministries.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the chance to talk to you because it's not often we get to tell you what all good your money's doing. So I have a very brief slide presentation over there. We were founded in 1989 by a consortium of churches. We're a client choice food pantry. We're the main food pantry in the county. And we're totally volunteer run, except for the executive director and assistant and myself. And we probably have 30 volunteers throughout any given week that work in our pantry for us. What we do is we allow any resident of Jackson County to come get food. We don't qualify you based on income, and you can come every 2 weeks. And when the gas prices started going up so much and grocery prices started going up so much, we got a huge influx of people. And it's just, I do a lot of number crunching, and I have a graph, and it just keeps going up like that of how many people that we're helping. The way that we're able to do what we do, we're totally funded by grants and donations. We also have donations of food and in-kind products coming in. Walmart donates to us 3 times a week. 6 days a week from Food Lion, Dollar General once a week, and Starbucks once a week. And no, it's not coffee, sadly. Starbucks gives us their unsold sandwiches, and we save those for our homeless, because if you're homeless, you can come every day to get food. And so we save those for them. And a lot of churches have a monthly collection. My church is the Shampoo Church. We give out food in grocery bags, and so we estimate the weight. And we found out this year from Manna that we were underestimating our weight. Last year, I said we gave out 152,000 pounds of food. It was actually 260 because we did not weigh things correctly. So a lot of food going out. Yeah. Do I click? Oh, I'm sorry. All right. If you can see that, that's what the food pantry looks like. It's basically like a miniature grocery store, and clients come in and shop for themselves, and they're guided by a volunteer. We also provide financial assistance once every 12 months, and we also collaborate with a lot of other local agencies to help people. So we refer people to Rolling Start, we refer them to Circles, we refer them to get hot meals at Community Table. I think you probably already know this, but the pantry is well stocked, and not only do we have food items, but we're the only agency in the county providing personal items like toilet paper, diapers, toothpaste, shampoo, soap, deodorant, and things like that. I already told you about our donations. And I have a little handout for you that has some more of these numbers. What we do is address food and housing insecurity. People can't really work if they don't have enough food, and if they don't have a house that's safe for them to live in, or if they're about to lose their home or lose power. We've had clients come to us and ask us for propane because they don't have power, because they couldn't afford it. And so we fill their little propane tank, and that's how they cook for themselves. You know, I'm sure that eliminating hunger has a huge influence on children. And we have a lot of children that come in. We have all ages of people. And one family came, and a little boy, maybe like 8 years old, mentioned that it was his birthday. And Elaine, our volunteer, said, "Oh, would you like a birthday cake?" And he says, "Yes." And so she went back into the pantry. She got a birthday cake. They're donated by Food Lion. And she took it out and handed it to him. And he said, "I've never had a birthday cake before." And it just breaks your heart. Let's see. Okay. And you can find out much more information about us at our website, ucmsilva.org, Facebook, Instagram, and X. I brought you a little bit of information. I probably should have already given that to you. Just gives you an update on what we're doing. The money that we receive from you goes to clients. As of August 30th, we've already spent $46,000 in food and financial assistance. And we have other grantors as well. But the county has been a longtime supporter of UCM, and we really, really value that relationship. Do you have any questions for me? I'm giving you a current impact statement that says "Together we nourish." And so far this year, just through April, we've already helped 1,700 kids and 3,800 adults, 196 new clients. And that's one of the things, that number has really, really been going up. And the definition of a new client, they've never come to see us before, and they're getting into our system. So far this year, we've already given out 83,000 pounds of food. And we've already paid 254 bills. And when we pay a bill, that goes to a Jackson County landlord. It goes to TWASA, it goes to Duke, Western Carolina Power. So it is going back locally as well. And our budget for this year is $248,000 income and expense balance budget. You all have any questions?
I think I'm okay.
Appreciate what
Yeah,
y'all do.
you're doing major impact.
Yeah.
It's really humbling, and it's very, very humbling to literally be the person that hands food to someone. And we have people who are retired, and we have vets, and we have young families, and we now have 10% Latinx. And unfortunately, they don't speak the kind of Spanish I speak. They're from like Panama and all that, Guatemala. So we use Google Translate to do that. Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your Sir.
What do you think the makeup is percentage wise of Latinx?
Of what?
Latinx of Hispanic speaking.
We're seeing about 10% of our clients, and it used to be 2%
So
4 years ago. Now we have been focusing on outreach, and we're getting 57% of our clients live in Silva proper, and with 13% are in Cullowhee. I had that number here. 23% are in Cullowhee and Tuckasegee, and we actually have a lot of people from Tuckasegee, and they choose between going up the mountain to Fishes and Loaves and coming to us. And then the other 18% are in Whittier and Dillsboro.
And you said your budget for the year was what now?
248,000.
Do you see, are y'all coming up short on that, or you having plenty of donations?
I tell you, it's been kind of miraculous. Last year, our budget was, I think it was like 232. We ended up at 329,000 in income, which we did spend because we got grants, we had a fundraiser, and people will come to us and they'll drive through and they'll say, I know people are hurting, here, take some money. And we have people who pay it forward. We have this guy that drives by in a truck every month and holds money out the window, and he won't tell us his name, and he said, you helped me a long time ago, and I just, want to help you pay it forward as well.
I said it last year and I'll say it again. Y'all do so much for the community and we appreciate it.
If only we can magically enlarge a plot of land.
Yeah.
We literally have to get out and direct traffic now.
Yeah, see, I work there at the funeral home behind
Yes,
me, so.
yes.
Drive by there every day, so.
Yeah.
I see it every day that I'm at work.
Yeah.
That place is packed.
It
So
is.
I mean,
And
I'm
then-
not there, but I know that y'all are.
When people call us, is today 14 days? Can I come in today?
Yeah.
And they get a lot of food from us. We've got frozen meats that we get from Food Lion, and we've got fresh vegetables, and of course anything that comes in a can, a bag, or a box. We've got all that. But they do get personal attention, and they choose what they want, which eliminates food waste, and it gives them dignity over their choices. So.
Do you see a lot of people taking advantage of both Fishes and Loaves and United Christian Ministries? Or is it just,
It's too far away.
yeah,
Yeah. Now, a lot of our
Those
clients go to
Tuckasegee
Community
residents.
Table,
yeah, community?
and Live Forgiven Church and Cullowhee Valley Baptist Church are also doing food giveaways. And I know that some of them do go there. But we figure if you come to us and you need food, we're going to give you food.
Yeah, I don't think somebody can come to you and
Mm. The only thing we're picky about is money. So if you come to us and you want money, we have to have an ID, which we don't do for food. We never give money to a client. We pay the landlord or whoever. And there's a little bit more of a process because we make sure, I don't want this to sound bad, but our Latinx community has 4 names. I don't know why. So they'll give us a different name every time. So we have this computer system now, and we punch in one of the names, and we'll make sure they're not like double dipping.
Yeah, I imagine y'all require a bill. And
Yes, we have to have a bill and account number, and then we call. So let's, like Smith Reynolds, for example. We call Smith Rentals and we'll say, we got this client, they owe this much. We already know they'll take our voucher to approve. We fax them the voucher, they sign approval, and then our treasurer cuts a check and mails it to Smith's Rentals. When we do Duke Power, we pledge online. And then we have Western Carolina Power and Tuckasegee Water and Sewer as well. We do pay small medical copays. We have a lot of diabetics. Yeah.
You have a contact phone number that somebody listening can call?
Absolutely. The main number is 828-586-8228. And more information is available at ucmsilva.org. And our executive director is Ann Selby. And you can sign up for our newsletter, donate online. Any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Moving on now to Wesley Myers, the Executive Director for Center for Domestic Peace.
Hi. Doing all right. Afternoon, Commissioners. So, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm here to advocate for the approval of a $50,000 grant to Center for Domestic Peace. And we're using that to support victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. This funding is not just a financial decision. It's a profound statement on the community's values and commitment to the safety and dignity of our most vulnerable citizens. Jackson County has made significant investments towards reducing interpersonal violence, more than any other county west of Buncombe County that I'm aware of. These annual grants of local funds are very, very rural and rare in rural counties. And they're the primary reason why Center for Domestic Peace has flourished in the past 5 years, while many of our neighboring agencies have struggled greatly during the past 5 years due to financial impacts due to VOCA cuts. Furthermore, the shelter, which is currently under construction, and really cool to see the bulldozers back there working, is a clear statement to the community that we will do whatever we can to protect those who have experienced interpersonal violence. Domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking are pervasive issues that silently affect so many individuals in our community. These crimes shatter lives, leaving victims with physical injuries, emotional scars, and loss of trust and security. The impact extends far beyond the immediate victims, impacting families, our community, their friends, everyone is touched by some of those crimes at any point in their life. Therefore, addressing these issues is not only a moral imperative, but also a necessary step in fostering a healthy, safe, and prosperous community for everyone. The grant you're considering today will directly support critical services for victims. These funds enable us to provide a 24/7 crisis line, provide emergency shelter while we're waiting for the shelter to come online, counseling, legal advocacy, transportation, and many other essential services that keep our survivors safe. With the grant, we can ensure that our clients have a safe place to turn to at any time during the day or night, more often at night, unfortunately, where they can receive compassionate care that they deserve and have access to resources that can help them rebuild their lives. So I would just want to take a second for you to consider the story of a domestic violence survivor. Imagine the fear and the isolation they're feeling. They're trapped in the cycle of abuse. They have nowhere to turn. And then imagine that they get to turn to this relief that we can offer, providing them shelter that's not only a safe haven, but also a supportive community where they can help regain their confidence, rebuild their independence. And, this transformation is only possible because of the funds that we receive. Sexual assault victims also face significant hurdles in their journey to recovery. The trauma they endure often goes unseen and unspoken, but the effects are profound. Through this funding, we're able to provide comprehensive support services, and we provide the survivors the tools that they need to heal, seek justice, and move forward with their lives. Finally, human trafficking. These are victims that are often happening and are hidden in the shadows. This is a grave violation of human rights that demands our urgent attention. Victims of trafficking are stripped of their freedom and their dignity, and we use our funds to build specialized programs that offer a lifeline to these individuals. We help them escape their captors, we help them receive medical and psychological attention, and we reintegrate them into society with dignity and hope. Oftentimes, finding housing for them outside of our community where they're safer, or bringing in folks that are safer in our community where they're hiding away from other places. Investing in these services is not only the right thing to do, but it's a smart use of public funds. By supporting victims and helping them regain stability, we reduce the long-term social and economic costs associated with these crimes. Healthcare costs, legal expenses, lost productivity, and the intergenerational effects of trauma are all mitigated when we provide timely and effective support to victims. Moreover, the grant will empower Center for Domestic Peace to continue our critical work, enhance our capacity, and innovate new approaches to meeting the evolving needs of victims. We use our county funds not only to support our clients, but also to support more state and to leverage more state and federal funds, which always require a community-generated match. We have to show that we have community support to obtain those. My staff and the volunteers are on the front lines every day. We work tirelessly to provide safety, healing, and hope. And we hope that they understand the unique challenges in our community, and they're the ones that are best positioned to deliver effective, culturally competent services for our local residents. Since the last time I presented to you in May of last year, we have served 397 survivors. These are the folks that you know and interact with every day in the community. You may not realize who they are, they may not say who they are, but they're there. Since we began providing services in July of 2020, this month we served our 1,000th client. So we've surpassed 1,000 individuals that have been entered into our system and received services. So every time I run these numbers for any grant, I'm just humbled at the amount of power that we have in a small organization to do so much good for our community. And I hope I'm portraying that to you all today in an effort to leave you on a more positive note, because I can become a little bit depressing sometimes with the topic, unfortunately. I want to tell you quickly about our prevention efforts in a space that we actually have with a lease in the county at 26 Ridgeway Street. We offer a program called the Peace Collaborative. At that space, we provide a number of support services for folks who are outside of crisis and are rebuilding their lives. They are receiving anything from a support group, specialized therapy. We actually have a brand new volunteer who provides trauma-informed massage for our clients who are a little bit nervous about maybe going into a massage parlor or something like that. She works with them and gets them kind of reintegrated and relaxed enough to work on other things that they need to be working on. Lost my place here. Our prevention efforts also include our presentations to middle and high school students, and that is now in every single school in Jackson County, including public and private, every school. We, in the past year, used our evidence-based methods that we developed with the school system and any other expert in the field to provide, any expert that we could get our hands on, to provide information on healthy relationships and methods to prevent trafficking. Those are both things that are required by the North Carolina State curriculum, so we help the school system meet their goals of providing that education and have the experts providing it to the students instead of somebody who maybe is a little nervous to talk about that topic. And in the past 12 months, we've provided that education to 1,824 youths. So I'm really hopeful that these efforts will better our community and reduce the need for our crisis services in the future. In conclusion, by approving the grant, we send a really powerful message to our community that we stand with the victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. We acknowledge their suffering, we honor their resilience, and we show that we are committed to supporting their journey toward healing and justice. This grant is a testament to the collective resolve to create a safer, more compassionate community. I really thank you guys for your consideration, and I urge you to approve this vital funding that we really need for our victims.
The relationship and trafficking counseling for did you say middle and high school?
Yes. Yeah, and all of it's age appropriate, so each grade gets a different variety of activities and such based on what they can handle. Thank you.
A contact number for somebody that might want to call in, whether for a donation or even...
Absolutely. 24/7, you can call 828-586-1237, and it'll walk you through what button to hit if you're a victim or what button to hit if you want to make a donation, and it walks you through all that. Absolutely.
Yep. Any additional questions from the board? Thank you.
Thank you.
Great service you do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dawn Netherly from Circles of Hope.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. This is my first chance to meet with y'all. Last year, I happened to be on vacation when we had this session. So I sent you my client services coordinator and my university intern, and I've been told they did a good job. So we're real excited to be with you. I am so thrilled to be here with all of these other organizations. Jackson County has such an amazing human services history. We take care of our own. We take care of our citizens. We reach out, and all of us work together to make that happen. And I'm so excited to see all of these other organizations, and your grants make it possible for us to do that. Now, Circles is kind of the next step. Our clients are not in crisis anymore. You know, they've used all these wonderful services. They've been to the Center for Domestic Peace, or they've worked with here, and they have their heads above water. They're not drowning anymore, but they're, to use an old-fashioned phrase, living on welfare. They're sitting in that nasty, scummy pond, and they can breathe. They'd love to be up here on the bank with those of us that are living in the middle class, but they don't know how. Because generational poverty is the greatest example you will ever see of if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten. That's just how it works. So what we do at Circles is we come in and offer them a chance to move forward. Our clients don't just want a roof over their head. They want a safe home that'll house their families. They don't just want a job. They want to be able to make enough money to feed their family, house their family, provide health care for their family. They don't want to live on welfare. And we have to show them how that can occur. So what we do, we teach goal setting, we teach money management, job seeking, access to educational opportunities, self-awareness, communication skills, and the value of changing your community, of being around people of like minds, and how that brings you forward. But we don't stop there. Once we do this education component, we match them up with what we call allies, which are intentional friendships. It's 2 or 3 citizens of Jackson County, just normal folk like all of us, who volunteer and sign a contract that for 18 months, they are going to weekly interact with our clients and help them move toward their goal setting, help them find answers to their emergencies, help them grasp that this whole county is supporting them and we are all behind them. And we match them up with the information that makes that happen. I have a wonderful story that I always tell about this. When I took this job, one of the things we really emphasize is savings. And I had a client, we tried to get them to put $25 a month away in an emergency account. And I had a client that said to me, I cannot do that. And I knew that they were working. They had a minimum wage job, but they were working steadily. And I said, why is that? And they said to me, well, because my power bill always comes on the off week from when I get paid, so I end up paying a late fee. So I don't have that extra $25. And I looked at them and I said, you know, you can take your paycheck to the power company and show them when your pay dates are. You've got a good work history. They'll send your due date. And she looked at me and she said, they will not. And I said, yes, ma'am, they will. I knew that from the time I was 18 and my daddy was helping me set up my very first budget because he told me that. You make sure you tell them when you get paid. Her daddy didn't know that, so he didn't know to tell her that. So that's the kind of stuff that we provide. It's just little pieces of information like that that you don't realize. And all of this includes programming that supports building savings, eating healthy, using the internet safely, and we encourage our clients to give back to our community. We get involved in the senior citizen baskets from the Department on Aging every year, and I have clients who I know are struggling, but they will put that little bit of money aside to go out and buy $5 or $10 worth of something for a basket, because here in Appalachia, we believe in giving back to each other. People don't just want a handout. They want to work together, and we encourage that. And we do all of this. We develop it, we manage it, we troubleshoot it with a staff of 2 professionals, a mental health counselor and a social worker. I'm a counselor. You met my social worker client services person last year. We, the staff, also maintain all of our contacts in the community and constantly are learning what's out there, what's available, who's wanting to help. We provide a knowledge base of, as I said, clinical social work and mental health counseling. We are available 24/7 to our clients and volunteers. We also manage the business of running a nonprofit. And we do this consistently for the past 5, 6 years since I've been here. I've been here 6 years now. We do this consistently on a budget of less than $120,000 a year. And that money is all grant and donation based. We do not take federal or state funds. We want to help our clients learn how to stand on their own. So we try to stand on our own with only writing grants and doing donations. It's an example to them that it can be done. So we do that. And it works. I have to tell you, I'm so proud of this. This past weekend, one of our circle leaders, young woman who came to us from generational poverty, who was the first person in her entire family to ever get a high school diploma, who was living in substandard housing, who was living off of welfare, who found out about us because she was at DSS trying to figure out food stamps, joined circles. That young woman on Saturday graduated from SCC with 2 degrees, 2 certifications, and a full-time job in mental health in this county, helping others to go on the same journey she's been on. This past year, we were able to finally work out reaching out to young people with the idea of let us help you prepare rather than just repair the situation that you've gotten into. And we had our first graduates that were in the 18 to 22-year-old range. Now, there were only 2 of them because we're kind of working our way into that, but they were both students at Western. Both of them chose to stay in this county. One of them's now employed in the public school system in this county, and the other one is going to be graduating at the end of the summer and plans to be employed in law enforcement in this county. So we not only help them plan for their own lives going forward, but we showed them what this county is all about, and they chose to stay here and do things that benefit our county. So it works. It just works. And the money that you share with us every year allows me to have my social worker. It allows us to have a 2-person professional staff. Because we do operate on a shoestring budget, if we don't have a little support on that, we can't have both professionals. And both professionals are so valuable for such different reasons. If you become our client, we ask that you have some sort of housing. You can be living in a shelter. You can be staying with a friend. If you're homeless, we're going to refer you to here. We're going to refer you out. We want you to not be in crisis. If you're coming out of a domestic violence situation, we're going to refer you to West. We're going to get you into that program. We never turn anyone away. Sometimes we just send them somewhere else. And we want people who want to change. That's all we ask for. Do you want to be self-sufficient? Do you want to take care of your family? Do you want to be a part of this community? Do you want to give back? Well, we will teach you, and we will mentor you, and we will walk beside of you for what amounts to about 2 years to move you in that direction. So thank you for your support in that, and I would love to answer any questions.
I can say my wife volunteers for here, or for Circles, I'm sorry, and Cashers.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes every Thursday night. It's just something she enjoys. And you guys do amazing work. I mean, and it doesn't just stop at, getting someone in a financial position to make these correct decisions. I mean, there's help with starting small businesses and, making sure they're managing their business correct. So it's a broad reach, and you guys do a wonderful job of that in terms of helping those that really are seeking to change their lifestyle.
Appreciate that. And Cashers is kind of our offshoot, our child, because we discovered that clients who could use us in Cashiers, there just really wasn't a way to get them to Sylva to meetings. You know, there's just not that kind of transport right now. And I know the county is working and growing on how our transportation system can improve, but 4 or 5 years ago, it just wasn't there. So a group of people from Cashiers said, well, let's do an offshoot. And we supported them in building that program, and it's worked out really well. And you mentioned small business. I'm so glad you did, because one of our primary programs is we do a matched savings program. We teach financial management in our initial 12 weeks. Then we teach an advanced financial literacy class that talks about savings, about taxes, about investments, about credit cards, about mortgages, about all those more involved things. And when they've completed both of those, we have a grant that is funded by a local bank that matches their savings. If they put $25 a month into a savings account and don't touch it for 3 months, we match it $75 and $75. If they continue to do that and don't touch it for the next 6 months, we match it $75 to $150 for each third. And if they make it all the way to the end of the year, we match it 3 to 1 for that final third. So if they complete the entire year and never touch their savings, they will have an emergency savings fund of about $1,000, depending on the interest rate. So it really gives them that basis and teaches them those savings accounts. And then we also encourage small business growth. We have several clients. We have one client. This is a slightly different, but it's something to say. We do not consider disability to be welfare. You were injured, you were hurt, something happened, and you need that assistance, okay? So we do take clients who are on disability, and we know they're going to stay on disability, but we still encourage them to move forward. So we have a young woman who is just about the walking definition of Appalachian. You know, born and raised, as she says, up a holler. You know, nobody in her family ever finished high school. And she's working on her GED right now. She's going to be the first one. She's real excited about that. But she's on disability because, unfortunately, she was in a very bad marriage, and she was quite abused and ended up with some brain injuries. And she was in a bad place. And she was homeless because she finally left this person that was abusing her. She now has her own apartment. She has her disability all organized. She is completing her GED, and she's crafty. And she and her allies got to talking, and they've started a small business making beaded jewelry that you can buy in stores downtown in Sylva now. You know, so we see all those different changes. But thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you see one of the individuals from Cashiers out and about working, doing, you know, he's grown his business, and so it's always a positive. So thank you guys for what y'all do.
Thank you. Can I answer any other questions? Oh, thank you so much for your support of what we do. And we do have a website. It's circlesofjacksoncounty.com. And our main email is info@circlesofjackson.org. Because what we do is so volunteer and directly based, we maintain an office, but we're usually only there about 1 day a week. So it's better to get us through the website, through the email. So thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Donaldson, who's the Executive Director of Jackson County Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon. Good to see you all. Give me just a second here. A couple of things out for you. I did send a video up in advance, and we'll cue that up in just a second. I just want to say thank you so much for having us here today. It's our pleasure to serve you and serve the people of Jackson County. This is our 101st year as a Chamber of Commerce, and we're going strong. Things are really good. We have about 427 members as of this morning, and we're actively doing things. Tomorrow night starts our season of concerts in the Creek. We're in our 15th year. In your packets, I put this information so you have your schedule. You have your July 4th information on the back. You also have our town information. This is our primary relocation information for new folks that are wanting to move here or may have just moved here, as well as our dining guide, mainly serving our guests and visitors that come into our center. We were just voted number 6 in the country by USA Today for the best outdoor concert venue for concerts on the creek. So we're super proud of that. And we're going to gear it up tomorrow night with Terry Lynn Queen and Scott Baker. Great group. I hope to see you at concerts tomorrow night from 7 to 9. I'll be happy to answer questions in advance, but I will also be glad to answer them after the video. We're going to just share with you what we do and a little bit about how we do it. And I'm happy to take questions unless you have some right now.
Good right now.
Okay. All right. haven't had a chance to come see your paver, please come. We did the paver project in honor of the 100th year of the chamber. It was also a way to provide a nice outdoor area for guests and people who are wanting to be hanging out on Main Street, whether they're watching the WCU Homecoming Parade, July 4th, whatever it might be. So we have a little outdoor area there in the front of our office now, thanks in part to you, and you bought a paver. May I answer questions now?
Any questions from the board?
Great video.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Come by our office, come see us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Been to some of the STIR events, it's fun.
Thank you. Please come as often as you would like. Y'all receive an invitation every time we have one. We'd love to have you come. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kim Brown, who's the director of the Watershed Association of the Tuck River.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to come before this commission. I'm Ken Brown, the Executive Director of the Watershed Association of the Tuckasegee River. And I want to thank the Board of Commissioners for their present, past, and future contributions to our livelihood and well-being. We are a 501c3 nonprofit environmental group tasked with the preservation and enhancement of the Tuckasegee River watershed. And I'm not going to be long in this spot, but wanted to tell you that we are grateful for the support, and we are doing, I think, a really good job of keeping this watershed. The data, we're working on programs to clean up streams, to preserve streams, to actually do restoration work, and we're working on some projects with the town of Silva and other entities to deploy some, they're called trash trouts, and essentially we have huge amounts of, I sample every week for a program called Swim Guide, and we're picking up syringes and trash and bottles everywhere we go into these heavily recreated areas. I actually picked up 3 syringes in the Cullowhee area parking lot up above the dam where I sample once a week. And the other thing I wanted to let you know is that we are trying to post this data. There was an article came out in the Silva Herald today about the problems we're encountering with fecal coliform and E. coliform in the watershed. On days where we've had a couple of clear days without rain, we have clean water most everywhere in this watershed, with the exception of some sites that are under construction and that where they're belching a lot of sediment into the watershed. But then some of the sites, Scott Creek in particular, is one that is heavily impacted by rainwater. When we get a rain in Scott Creek, we're getting fecal coliform counts. It's measured in colonies of bacteria per milliliter of water. Our most recent study was yesterday, and I'm trying to find my dates here. For Scott Creek, we had, last week, the 15th, we had a count of 11,700 colonies per milliliter, and that is an enormous amount of E. coliform bacteria. And we had that pretty much consistent throughout the watershed, except for a couple of locations like Shook Cove access area and the Lake Glenville swimming area. So we have to talk about that going forward, because and we're working with lots of other entities, from DEQ to other departments in the county, to try to come up with a strategy to help this out some, to try to mitigate this impact. And I'm writing a watershed action plan for Scott Creek and for Savannah Creeks, where we can actually get federal monies to help mitigate and restore areas of those streams that have been impacted by human activity. in such a way as to make it apt to lose soil, sediment, and becomes a problem for the watershed. So we're hard at work and just want to thank you all for your support. We need it. We can't do without it. Last thing, I'm stepping down as director of the Watershed Association. We have hired a new director. Her name is Katie Price, and she's a PhD hydrologist from the University of Georgia. Totally an amazing person and highly educated, and did her research in this watershed. And I'm looking forward to her coming in and taking my job. Although I'll be staying on for, as a consultant and scientific consultant and so on. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing me. And
The causes of the increase in fecal coliform.
And I meant to say, I'll answer your questions. There are lots of reasons, not the least of which is we have a lot of failing septics. I don't think we have a lot of straight popping going on here, but we have a lot of failing septic systems where the drain fields are clogged or the septic hasn't been pumped, as often as it should be. But we also have cattle, sheep, horses, pigs, and dogs. We did a microbial source tracking survey in Scott and Savannah Creeks, and we were getting horse, goat, pig, human, just about across the board. And a lot of folks have dogs beside a creek, and when we have rains, sheet flow from the rain picks up the coliform bacteria off the land and washes it right into the stream. And we're getting counts that really should preclude people even being in the water for 24 to 48 hours after we have a half-inch rain, because especially Scott Creek, it's unbelievable how much E. coliform bacteria we're finding there. And we're trying to do something about it, though. So.
And do you test at different various sites?
We do. We sure do.
Is it a different amount at different sites? Is it?
Yes. As a matter of fact, it is. We have some sites that typically, as I said, we have 4 different water monitoring tracks. The Swim Guide is an international thing called Swim Fish Play, and you can actually download the app. It's called Swim Guide. And I can show you really quickly here, if I don't know, I've got enough signal here. I think I have. It's an app. I should pass it around, but I just want to let it load up. I want to show you what the results were from yesterday's testing, and I can pass that around if you like, if it loads.
Yeah, sometimes here it's a little.
That's another big complaint in this area. So.
Right. We test 14 sites once a week from April through September, and that's the one track, and that's E. coliform, and those are the most heavily recreated sites in the county. Our put-ins, our access areas, recreational areas, it's not loading. But if you have a data phone, you can download the app. Hand it over. But I can tell you that Scott Creek was high again yesterday, 548 colonies per milliliter. The threshold for human contact swimming is 126 colonies per milliliter. And that for fishing or kayaking is 886, and we're getting counts over 900, 1,000. We got one count in Scott Creek after a couple inches of rain that was over 20,000. And that, you don't want your kids in there if you've got a cut. And we posted some of the Department of Health and Human Services data on how to know what you might be exposed to if indeed you get these high counts of E. coli or fecal coliform in the water. So that's our biggest problem. We're fighting that every day.
Do you see higher counts upstream or downstream?
No, it's mostly, it depends on where we are. As I said, Shook Cove access area comes through the 2-3 lakes or 4 actually there, and we're typically getting low numbers. We below 25. Where you have heavily diluted waters, like in the lakes, it's a little better. But when you get downstream or even upstream, I'm trying to think which one might be. We're getting counts at the C.J. Harris access area and the over on Dowdy Bradley's property where a lot of fishermen go in of near 1,000 colonies per milliliter, which is, they shouldn't even be in there fishing.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, you really don't know what to do about it. You know, do you tell people? You don't want to try to scare people away at the same time. And I'm also getting a lot of deep concern from the fly fishing community from Bryson City up through this watershed. I had a conversation with Mac Brown, whom I think you may know, Mac, Mr. King, good friend, fine fella, and he is disturbed over the turbidity in the watershed. He says it's really affecting his ability to bring older folks here to fish, and so it's, and I'm hearing that across the board too. So it's, you know, we'd be glad to, in any way we can, partner with the county to, and, you know, give you more information. This is a short period of time. I mean, there's so much information. I didn't really even know where to start. So I just kind of grabbed a few things to, so.
I'll let them download it. They're looking at it.
Okay, good deal. So you can
I'm
see
looking
it.
forward to hearing what we can do to help on stuff.
Well, we just need money. That's, you know, because it costs money. Now we're writing grants, we're writing more and more grants, and some of the watershed action plan grants that I wrote will pay me a little bit. Actually, they won't pay me now, but they'll pay the new incoming director. I'll do the plans. I'm still working. I'll actually write the watershed action plans. But once those are written, we will be able to write grants and get 319 grant funding to do mitigation, repair, and restoration in this watershed on those 303D impaired streams. So
some of the mitigation, do you have to have property owner's approval?
Absolutely, you have to, and that's the really hard part. And that's where I'm a local person, and you know, I've watched other people, folks. My predecessor tried to talk to folks. You've got to approach people in a way that's cohesive with, you have to be gentle, and you have to bring them to understand that you're not there trying to get them in trouble or to do something with their land that they don't want you to do. You're there to try to help them, and there are monies available to do that.
And the Department of Ag, or Ag Extension, has a lot of programs for, you know, cattle and horses, and
truly,
you know, moving their water sources to a platform, concrete platform that
exactly
gets them out of the river in general. But
right, but what they depend is on the Watershed Association to bring those folks to them, because they don't go out and actively seek to engage those folks. We do. I do. Like I said, that's why I got into this business to begin with, was being local and wanting to see this beautiful watershed preserved is what brought me here. So I'm hoping I can guide this other person who I am absolutely just thrilled that she's coming. She's really a bright woman, and she's going to do lots of good work here, I'm sure. So, yes, sir. Thank you. And like I said, if there's anything else we can do, I'd like to maybe later on do a presentation at one of the BOC meetings that we'll put together that'll better give us more time and give us a better look, or you all a better look at what we actually do, because it's pretty broad.
I'd like to hear a plan into.
Yes, indeed. Well, we like I said, appreciate it. I guess. Is there any other questions I can answer?
Ken, are you familiar with the District 4 Conservation Plan
I am.
initiative and Bill Horton and such?
Uh-huh.
Very good.
Yeah, there's so much, so many different avenues we can take to approach this problem. It's just having the time and that to do it. I've had to, and this is true. It's kind of a joke, but it's true. And I tell people that I keep building to support my water habit, and that's the truth. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, folks. All right. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Next up, we have Greta Worley and Dr. Marilyn Chamber from the HERE organization.
Here's the recommendation. Good afternoon. As he said, I'm Greta Worley. With me is Denise Bing. She is our administrative assistant. She tracks all our grants, all of our money, and Dr. Marilyn Chamberlain, our board chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm requesting the funding for our upcoming fiscal year to support our ongoing efforts to address the homelessness in our community. Here in Jackson County, we work with clients who are literally homeless. This means their overnight residence is a place not meant for human habitation, places such as in their vehicles, in tents, or abandoned buildings. This does not include those who are temporarily staying with friends or family, which we often refer as couch surfing. Our goal is to provide immediate shelter and support services to help these individuals transition into stable, permanent housing. Between November 1st, 2023 and March 31st, 2024, we provided emergency shelter during 94 freezing nights when temperatures were at 32 degrees or below. During this period, we served a total of 89 individuals. Of those 89 individuals, 88 were Jackson County residents, including 76 adults and 13 children. The way that I determine if they're Jackson County residents, they either have to have a state-issued ID, they've worked with us in the past, or we call other nonprofit organizations that has worked with them and verify their residency. The cost for this service of the overnight emergency shelter was $90,832.97. This season in particular, we had people call and we had wait lists unlike we've had in the past. This upcoming season, we're going to be facing a significant challenge. I don't know if you are aware, but the University Inn has been sold. This just happened earlier this month. They provided more than half of our Code Purple rooms where we placed our clients on freezing nights. The other county partner is the Economy Inn. Toward the latter part of the season, we were only able to secure 3 rooms from them. Normally we get 5. So it cut down to 3 because they had an uptick in reservations. So with this happening, we're now just started a search to try to find some place for our clients during the Code Purple freezing weather, which may mean we may have to lease a building to put our clients in. Doing so will definitely incur more cost. We will have to have more staff. We will have to have someone to stay overnight, a male and a female. Possibly we may have to have an off-duty police officer for security. We don't know that yet. We will have to have items, cots, mats, something for them to sleep on, things that we don't normally have to worry about now. We have to do the laundry, we have to do cleaning, so all that will incur more cost than what we're seeing right now. That is one of the reasons for the additional funding. We got wind that the sale was pending because Jay is on our board, so we had a little bit of 2 months or so that this could happen. He was not sure, and then he did sell at the beginning of the month. Beyond emergency shelter, a lot of people think that's the only thing that we do. We offer a comprehensive range of services. We provided 1,417 hot meals on weeknights when our clients were in shelter, when other community resources were unavailable for them to have meals. We successfully transitioned 27 households into permanent housing and prevented 3 working families from facing eviction during the fiscal year. We also have a street outreach program. We have a caseworker that goes out and she meets clients, she looks for them, and we provide them with essential items that they may need: tents, sleeping bags, In the wintertime, socks, hand warmers. We provide toiletries, first aid kits. We also provide transportation assistance. We have trolley tickets. We pay for transits. We pay for their medication expenses. We get them hooked up with a cell phone in some minutes. And we also provide ongoing case management services. Our approach aligns with the Housing First philosophy, which is endorsed by the North Carolina Coalition to End Homelessness. And this philosophy emphasizes that stable housing is the foundation upon which individuals can build better lives. So they are of the belief that if we get someone into housing first, everything else will come about. It's easier to get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work than it is to try to climb out of a car and go to work. They'll also be able to have places to place their medications without it being stolen. We have clients whose medication gets stolen. Sometimes they bring it to us. It has to be refrigerated because they have nowhere to put it. So we provide a multitude of services. It's also important that I bring out that the Jackson County rental market is very hard for us to find. In your packet, you'll see what HUD says the fair market rent is in Jackson County. For a one bedroom is $797. We have to put someone, if they're in a one bedroom, it cannot cost $798. It has to be $797 or below. And it's hard for us to find those kind of rentals. We have had some success because we have landlords who have felt, especially for our elderly and the families with children, and they've lowered their rent to get these folks into permanent housing. I also would like to expand our services this coming year and hire a SOAR case manager. What that is someone that will do SSDI, outreach, access, and recovery. This program is for those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, children or adults who have mental health issues or substance abuse issues or co-occurring issues. The program was implemented in North Carolina in 2008, and since that time, over 4,000 applications have been submitted, with 3,000 being approved. And they normally are approved the first time and not having to go time after time. If you're familiar with disability, sometimes you have to apply multiple times. With a SOAR case manager working with the homeless, they're normally approved the first time, and that provides them with the needed benefits that they can move into housing or whatever they need to do. I want to highlight, we've had some successes along the way and some bumps along the way. And I could stand here and talk to you for hours, but I just want to tell you about a couple of our successes. This is Miss Jones. Oh, sorry, Miss J. I should not say her last name. She, my apologies. She is an elderly lady who has been homeless for most of her life. We worked very hard. I worked alongside Via Health, and we got her into permanent housing about a year ago, and she remains in permanent housing. This photo here was taken by Chief Hatton. This is her sleeping down under the Bridge Park during a cold night, covered up in the blanket. So we got her housed. We also, let's see who's next before I start talking. This is Miss C. She's also an elderly lady that we found behind Santa's Land on the Jackson County side. Severely ill. She did not have any clothes except what she had on. No means of contacting anyone. Someone saw her, called us. We went out into the woods. We found her. We pulled her out. We successfully got her housed, but in the meantime of trying to get her housed, she was in and out of the hospital several times here and in Asheville, almost died. And she is one of the ones whose medication we kept refrigerated because she had nowhere to put it. And she's been successfully housed almost a year as well.
this young family here was living in their vehicle. And once they had the baby, I could not let them go back to being in a vehicle. We put them in shelter, um, kept them there as long as we could afford to, found a landlord out in Cope Creek who was willing to rent to them and lowered the rent. He's one of those that lowered the rent because he did not want to see a baby homeless. So that's another one of our success stories. And they too have been housed for almost a year. And the last young lady, she was living in a tent. She was moved from place to place. Police said she had to move. Sheriff's Department said she had to move. And she just kept moving her tent from place to place for probably a year that she was in that tent. All the while, she maintained her job. She had her job for 5 years. She maintained her job. And we were successful in getting her house over at Nickel Arms. And she's been there for a year as well. So we've had some successes, but we've also had some bumps along the way. We currently have an elderly woman, Stacy Adams, who is a local attorney. She reached out to us on behalf of her 71-year-old client, who found herself in Jackson County Jail after being trespassed from the Cherokee Casino, and she was arrested for not returning a rental car. She came to Jackson County to go to the casino with limited funds after her partner passed away. She was not, she's my one that was not a Jackson County resident, but at 71 years old, I wouldn't want my mom, my grandma, or myself out in the cold. So we did shelter her. I know all of you are new. When HERE started, the arrangement between the county commissioners and HERE was that Jackson County residents got priority for emergency shelter. And since I've been the director, I've always maintained that they always get priority. She was my one exception this year at 71 years old. The Department of Social Services has called us twice just recently. Once was about a mother who's functioning on a 5th grade level, whose husband passed away, left with 3 children, cannot afford to be in their home any longer. So she found herself and her 3 small children, not even school age, out homeless. We have worked with her. She's still in shelter, but we're working with her and she's getting her survivor benefits for herself, her children, along with her SSDI. She's now going to be eligible to move into Bryson Creek Apartments over in Swain County. They will accept her, but they would not until she got the survivor benefits. So we've worked diligently to get those so she could have some place to go. DSS also called us about another mother with 2 children whose husband had traveled to Kentucky to visit his relatives and he got murdered while he was there. His family then forced her out of their Boston home by turning off all the utilities because it's their land and refused to sign a release for her to have the utilities turned on in her name. So her and their 2 small grandchildren are homeless. Yet another referral from DSS, a young lady just recently aged out of the foster care system and had no place to go. So we have her also in shelter. And that highlights the gaps between support for youth transitioning out of foster care and having no place to go. We have the well-known lady in town that everybody knows because everyone has seen her. She lived successfully in Jackson County for 6 years until she had a mental health break. And we don't know what caused that mental health break. And once she had that mental health break, she's been homeless ever since. And we work diligently with Chief Hatton, DSS, Meridian. We're trying our best to get her all the help she needs so she can be stable. But it's an ongoing uphill battle every day. I just recently had an elderly gentleman get out of jail. He stayed there for 18 months. He had the money to get a bail bondsman to bond out. He refused to because he knew if he was in jail, he would have 3 hot meals, he would be warm in the winter, he would be cool in the summer, and he would be safe. He just, like I said, just recently got out of jail, came into our office, and his legs are this size from walking because he hasn't been used to doing that after being in jail for 18 months. Still no place to go. And then my last one, we have a gentleman I had never seen before. And I thought, who is he and where did he come from? Only to find out that he is a Jackson County resident, had worked at the casino as a chef for years, even owned his own business, had children to attend Jackson County public schools, graduate from Smoky Mountain High School. He too, his wife left. He had a little mental breakdown after his wife left, and he has been homeless out on the streets with his sign, but he signed a lease on Tuesday. We found a landlord and property manager that was willing to work with us and work with him. So we got him off the street. He is a prime example of when people say, these people come to Jackson County to be homeless. We don't know that unless we know their stories. Because I didn't know him. I may have seen him before, but just never paid attention. Like I've probably seen you guys before and just never paid attention. So if we don't know people, we really don't know what their stories are. And so, they reflect the diverse and complex needs of our homeless population. The commitment to prioritize Jackson County residents is essential, but these cases also show the importance of flexibility and compassion in our policies, ensuring no one is left out in the cold. Continued support and resources are critical for addressing these challenges and providing a safety net for our most vulnerable members of our community. I forgot to print out a page, so I'll read it out of the packet. So thank you for allowing me to address you today on behalf of our agency. We are dedicated to providing the essential services to the unsheltered in our county. As representatives of the people, you have the profound responsibility to ensure all citizens, regardless of their circumstances, have access to the basic necessities of life, including shelter, food, and health care. I have provided you with numbers and costs in support of HERE's request. These figures illustrate the scale of need and the impact of our services. However, beyond these numbers, I would like to leave you with these thoughts. I understand that homelessness is a complex and often contentious issue, but I urge you to look beyond the surface and consider the human lives affected by this crisis. Our clients are not merely statistics or problems to be managed. They are our neighbors, our friends, and our family members. Many of them are elderly individuals who have contributed to our community for decades. Some are infants and young children who deserve a safe environment in which to grow and thrive. Others suffer from mental illness or developmental delays that may make it difficult for them to navigate the challenges of daily life without support. The cost of inaction is far greater than the investment needed to provide comprehensive services to these vulnerable populations. Homelessness strains our healthcare system, burdens our law enforcement agency, and undermines the social fabric of our community. By addressing homelessness proactively, we can reduce these costs and create a more vibrant, healthy, and prosperous county for all residents. Studies consistently show that providing stable housing and supportive services leads to better outcomes, not only for those directly impacted by the community, not only for those directly impacted, but for the community as a whole. When we help people transition from homelessness to stability, we see reductions in emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and interactions with the criminal justice system. More importantly, we witness the transformation of lives as individuals regain their dignity, achieve self-sufficiency, and contribute positively to our society. I ask you to consider the moral and ethical dimensions of this issue. We all have a duty to care for those who are least able to care for themselves. In doing so, we reaffirm values that bind us together as a community: compassion, empathy, and shared responsibility. I would like to leave you with a powerful thought. During the era of slavery, the wives and the children of the slave workers would actually form and make the bricks that the slaves would use to lay the foundations. Oftentimes, the women and the children would leave their fingerprints in the bricks so there was a record of their work. The slaves then would deliberately face those fingerprints outward, so anyone walking by could see who actually did that work. Today, I ask you, our county commissioners, what fingerprints are you willing to leave? What legacy will you imprint on the bricks of the county's tapestry? Your decisions have the power to shape the future of our community. Let us work together to ensure that the fingerprints we leave are those of compassion, support, and lasting positive change. I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
First off, thank you. I know, goes without saying, y'all do a thankless job, and you go through hoops and brushes and everything else under the sun to try and to get people on the right path. I guess my first question is, how many of the 76 adults and 13 children are in a place of maybe just having homes improved to make them, livable, or is it 76 that are out in the woods that you're finding?
The 76 that have no homes at all.
No homes at all, and
most of them have no family in
Right.
this area. Now, we have had a couple of elderly people find themselves in Jackson County. One gentleman got sick; cannot get back home. He had came to the casino, which they often do. He had a jackpot for, can't remember how much, but he decided he was trying to win $11,000. So he lost all of his money. Then he found himself in the hospital. Then found himself with nowhere to go. Police dropped him off for us, but he had a home in another state, in South Carolina. We called to make sure he actually had a home there, a home that was livable, that he had family there, and then we bought him a bus ticket and sent him home. We're not going to send anyone back out someplace else unless we know that they have a viable situation to go to.
Right. And are these 70, or I'm going to say 89 individuals, are they on the path to homeowner or path to finding a place to live? Not necessarily home ownership, but just
That is our goal. That is our goal. And we just recently hired, when I saw you guys last year, we were a staff of 3.
Yeah.
Now we're a staff of 8. So we've hired some other case managers who are having great success. They have been able to go out and speak with property management. And these people do not have to stay in Jackson County. If they're willing to go to another county and we find a property management that will take them, then we have money from the Department of Health and Human Services Emergency Solution Grant that we can help move them. And we have, community members gives us furniture, microwaves, that kind of stuff. We have a storage unit. We keep those things there, mattresses, and when they move, then we take their.
Them on that.
Yes,
Map.
right.
That's a big thing. It's not just finding a place to live; it's what do you sleep on when
Right.
you cook.
And simple things like toilet paper and paper towels. If you come in our office now, we have a whole stash of that we've been able to get volunteers or a grant to buy those kind of things. So they have those when they move in.
And I know a lot of these people, I'd imagine, struggle with drug addiction. Do y'all work with Meridian, or?
We do partner with Meridian.
And is that a requirement? I wouldn't imagine y'all to require that just for like a night or two stay while it's cold, but is that a requirement for like ongoing support from the?
We highly suggest. We even call and make appointments or take them to Meridian, but we can't make them go.
Right.
And I can't tell them, if you don't go, I'm not gonna provide you with service and find them dead in 3 days. I can't do that.
Do you do you see much in terms of? I know you talked about shortfalls, bumps in the road. The success of the individuals that go into more permanent housing, do you find that they work harder towards staying in that, or is it just is case dependent based on mental health or substance abuse or whatever the cases may be.
I find that the vast majority work hard and they remain housed. Then we have those who do have the mental health issues and they struggle. We just moved someone into a one bedroom apartment, and he has everything in his living room, his bed, everything in his living room because he's not used to the space. And it's freaking him out that he has all this extra space and he doesn't know how to handle it. So he's got everything in his living room.
Any questions from the board? Any additional?
If you have any questions, I gave you phone number, website, anything. Please reach out to me. I would love to work with you guys, and we're really trying hard to.
You can tell.
I am. Well,
I can hear the passion.
thank you.
The big thing about the community is I think all these nonprofits are really working hard, and you see them working together in so many instances, from Rolling Start to United Christian Ministries and all of the providers to get these people on the right path.
I grew up here. I was born here. We lived in Greensboro. I came back as a teenager, so I grew up here. And my children, once we moved back from D.C., they grew up here. And my youngest he just turned 30, and he lives in L.A. And I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 months he came home and he's like, "What's happened to my town?" He said, "This is not what I remember." He said, "I've seen people pitching shopping carts." I mean, he was just blown away because that's not the Silva that he remembers before he left and moved to LA. So thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
On that, we have Vicki Lewis from Southwest Child Development Center. Questioning about that myself. I didn't know if they'd be here. Callie Moore from Mountain True.
Mr. Chairman, I know that Mountain True is a new request. What is Mountain True? Does anybody know?
For Bill Horton, for Dr. Horton.
Okay. Didn't recognize that name. Thank you.
Carrying on, Ashley Mitchell from Village Green.
Well, I'm gonna be short,
but looks like you gave blood today.
I did, probably. These are our new booklets. They just came in, so it's our full calendar for the year. This one. Well, hi everyone. I believe I was here last week. Ashley Mitchell, Executive Director of the Village Green. Looking at the lineup of the nonprofits that came before me today, it was really an honor to be brought in with the rest of them. Just looking at everyone, I know majority of these, and I'm upset because I missed the Rolling Start presentation. I really wanted to hear about that. Mark said a little bit about it the other night, and I was really interested. But it just goes so much more to say all of these nonprofits have to be supported by our commissioners, and in turn, because we support the town and we support our communities. And I want to just say thank you on behalf of the Village Green and our board and our Cashers community for investing in our master plan. We did have a big playground community repair day this past Saturday. We had 18 people come out, and much more than I thought were going to show up. It was supposed to be an ask TA, and saved the Village Green a little over $5,000 in labor, pressure washing, painting, doing things along those lines. And from that, I've had more people volunteer for the next 2 community days. But I really just think that you can see by this booklet, these are all of our free community events that we do throughout the year. And this is one of our community partners as well. The Laurel Magazine does this for us every year because they do believe our community events are really important. They're all free. And while we may not be providing roofs over heads or necessarily keeping large bodies of water clean, we do have 2 freshwater streams that run through our wetlands, which is a protected wetland. And we do our best to provide as many activities that are for recreation and communion and provide togetherness in a safe space for those activities. And we do it all through the generosity of grantors, like the commissioners, and then other individuals in the community. So, again, I'm Ashley. I'm so thankful that you all allowed us to apply and helped guide us through steps to get funding to secure master plans that will help us for the next 5 to 7 years in our strategic process of whether that be growth or just pure maintenance of what our structures are already needing. So if you have any questions, we were together last week, so I'm not sure if there's any new ones that came up, but wasn't it last week? I think it was last Tuesday.
Yeah, last Tuesday.
Yeah.
They all run together.
Don't they run together? Yeah. But I appreciate your time, and I can answer any questions. We were able to go ahead and move forward with the signing of the contract with Equinox, which was really nice. And so they are automatically starting. So, yeah, very excited.
Any additional questions?
But again, thank you for allowing us to be a part of this stellar group of nonprofits that received funding. It's incredible to see the work that this community does to support each other. Really is.
Thank you so much, Ashley.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Next up, we have Matthew Burrell from Harris EMS. Mr. Burrell. And Mr. Dow.
I brought an entire team.
That's good.
Good team with you there.
Yeah, pretty good team. So I'm Matthew Burrell. Of course, this is Kyle Dow. He's one of our supervisors and our training officer. This is Toby Moore. He's the other supervisor. And then I brought Ashley Heineman. He is our CEO for the hospital. So he served as our CFO for a few years before being promoted. So glad to have him here with us. So today I've come to you asking we've got a proposal to expand some of our services, and prior to getting into that, I kind of wanted to go through the numbers of where we were last year. Last year was the busiest year that we've ever had at Harris EMS, and things don't seem to be slowing down; they just seem to be getting busier. So, do I just click this thing?
Yeah, there's a little.
This. Okay. All right. So right here is our breakdown of call volumes by month for the year 2023. Like I said, it was the busiest year that we've ever had. August of 2023 was the busiest month we've ever had with 867 calls for service in that 1 month. So prior years, we would average around 600, 650. And as you can see, that looks like our February number from 2023. Everything else was right there around the 700 or above number. Now here's just a breakdown of our calls by unit number. CP1, and CP2 are community paramedic. Community paramedics, they respond to folks' houses, and they're pretty much like a mobile doctor's office. So he goes and he can draw blood, he can do urinalysis, and we try our best to keep folks, try to catch some things early to keep them from having to come to the hospital. We also use that program for our high 911 abusers. So anytime if somebody calls 911 a lot, we try to send our community paramedic out there and see if there's some type of service that they need that we can help them get. We work with the health department quite a bit. We work with DSS, Adult Protective Services out there to try to get them the things that they need to try to stay happy, healthy, and at home. That's the goal of our program. And then Med 3, 4, 5, and 6 are the trucks that are on. 3, 4, and 6 are 24-hour units, and then Medic 5 is our primetime 9 to 9 truck, and then Medic 1 and TAC 1 are both quick response vehicles that either one of the supervisors or myself ran. And this doesn't really show the amount of calls we actually run. This is ones that we ran by ourselves without an ambulance also going to the call. So, and then 12 and 13, those are backup trucks. So that happens if all the ambulances are out on a call, and then myself and one of the supervisors or myself and the community paramedic will hop on and put up an extra truck to respond to calls for service. So as you can see, we had a 2.8% increase from 22 to 23. And this page and the next one are just kind of a breakdown of the calls we run by the EMD code. So when you call 911, how it gets catted and how it gets dispatched out to us. This is just a breakdown between 22 and 23. And there's just the rest of that. So this breaks things down by our fire districts for 2023. And used to, we would respond with Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. Working with Belinda down at the Jackson County Communication Center, we changed that to now where it's an emergency response, which entails basically what used to be Charlie, Delta, and Echo calls, and then routine response is what was Alpha and Bravo. And some of these, you'll see there's the routine calls for out of town or 158. So a lot of those are because Glenville Cashers EMS covers the south end of the county, but our community paramedicine program works with Glenville Cashers, and they allow us to come up there and do community paramedic visits to the folks at Cashers as well. So that's where the majority of those. Some of those are mutual aid requests to Cherokee or to Haywood County are the ones we go to the most for mutual aid. And there's just a graph of the breakdown by districts, and 23 is in the blue and 22 is in the silver for our call volumes by district. Here's a curve of our call volume by our hour of day. So as you can see, 6 o'clock hour in the morning is our least busy time with 100 calls roughly over the year at that hour. And right around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we're at our peak busiest. But we also run calls, quite a few calls up into the night. Here's a breakdown of our response times. Our goal is to have an emergency call, us be on scene within 10 minutes of dispatch, and routine response is less than 15 minutes of dispatch. So we met that metric every month. Some months are better than others, and there's a lot of contributing factors that go into that. You know, some of the far reaches of our county takes us a little while to get to. So a base 2 update. I don't know how many folks remember, but in 2019 we had to leave our base that was out on Old Settlement that New Hope Church's parsonage. We had to leave it. There was some issues with some mold in there, and in January 1st, 2020, we moved in with the Jackson County Rescue Squad, and we're leasing some space from them from January 1st, and we're currently still there with them. We have spoke with some members of New Hope Church, and they have been wonderful to work with. They've renovated that base. It looks great. We're anticipating moving back in soon. We're doing the contracts and the paperwork portion of it right now, but they did a really good job and have put a lot of money into that to make it where it's good for us. And they stayed with us the entire time and made sure everything was how we wanted it and stuff. So we appreciate that partnership. That's a partnership we've had for over 20 years with them. So it'll be good to get back out there. And that also moves our Medic 4 truck a little bit further towards the Cullowhee area. As we're right now, it's they're at the rescue squad behind Ingalls. So that should knock off some response times as well towards that district. But we would like to thank the Jackson County Rescue Squad for supporting us and allowing us to move in and use their facility for the past 4 years. So, some quality improvements that we've done. We updated our protocols, our treatment protocols this year. Added some new medications trying to reduce morbidity and mortality in certain patient groups. This year, Kyle has worked hard to do all this quality improvement stuff is Kyle's stuff. He worked hard and we got antibiotics approved. So if someone is septic in the field, then we can give one antibiotic to treat that. And then if someone has a open fracture or something like that, or an amputation, we give another antibiotic to treat that. And that's the studies have shown that early antibiotics give better patient outcomes. So we've hung it several times already and seeing some good patient outcomes out of it. This is the biggest thing that we've done here lately. As of last Friday morning, we started carrying blood products in our quick response vehicle. So at 7 a.m. When one of these guys come into work, they go over to our lab, and the lab has worked really well with us and set us up a area in their blood bank for us to go over and pull 2 units of blood out and carry with us every day. So we actually have it right now. We've got our community paramedic is carrying it right now since the 3 of us are up here. But this also helps tremendously with people who are severely anemic, whether that be from a medical condition or a trauma. We are one of 7 counties in the western region who can administer blood in the pre-hospital setting. So you think about western region, it's not what I would consider a western region, but for OEMS, it's from I-77 west. We're one of 7 counties in that region that do it. We are the furthest one in the west. The next closest one is Henderson County that has this ability. So we're very excited about this. There's only 17 in the entire state, and I've got, as you can see right there on the map, that's all the blood programs in red for the state of North Carolina. And it's really nice to have Jackson County lit up in red there. So. Here's a picture of the 2 units that we have. We have a unit of O negative and a unit of O positive in there, and they can be administered at the time the need arises in the field. That's our cooler that we carry it in, and we have very strict temperature ranges and things of that nature. If it gets the least little bit out of temperature, we get alerts to our cell phone. The lab director gets alert to her cell phone. That way, we make sure that we keep the blood at the proper temperature. So, like I said, we carry the blood on the quick response vehicle. And in 2015, we made the decision to add supervisors on the quick response vehicle from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week. They're obviously very valuable. The supervisors have lots of duties that they take care of day to day. Since our supervisor leaves off work at 7 p.m., from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., there's one of the 3 of us that are on call every night. So if the need arises, then they page us in, and we all live. Like I live in Boston, Kyle's in Kellawee, Toby's in Savannah. So depending on where we're at, it takes us a minute to get here. Some of the responsibilities that they have, we do a very very high stress skill called drug assisted intubation. That's when we give folks medications and we paralyze them chemically, and then we put a tube in their throat so we can breathe them. This skill requires 2 paramedics. So you have to have 2 paramedics in the back of that truck to do that skill through the North Carolina Office of EMS and our medical director. So a lot of days, every truck's not staffed with 2 paramedics, and that's another place that supervisor comes on board and is able to get on that truck and be that second paramedic and that third caregiver in that team. We also treat folks who are intubated. We put them on our ventilator. We have a ventilator that the hospital purchased for us back during COVID, and we take folks that are on the ventilator from this hospital to a tertiary care facility like Mission, depending on what service that they may need. We also have the Lucas device on our quick response vehicle, and what that is an automatic CPR device. So it takes the guesswork to know if the person's doing the compressions correctly, if somebody's in cardiac arrest, and it does mechanical ventilation or mechanical compressions for us. It saves our energy, and we're able to to focus on medications and airway procedures and stuff like that. That rides in our quick response vehicle. Like I said, and if it's after 7 p.m., they have to call one of the 3 of us to come in to respond on these calls. Our supervisors also do truck maintenance. We troubleshoot things a lot. We try to figure out what's wrong with it before it gets to the shop to kind of hopefully lessen the time that the trucks are out of service. We schedule any transports that we may have, whether they be from here to a tertiary care facility or if they're going, something as simple as the hospital back to a nursing home or the hospital back to a residence. They do those as well. We do office duties, including billing, quality assurance, chart review, and just anything else that comes up as the day goes on. So, kind of a snapshot of our growth here. The population we got from the census for Jackson County, it was a 5% increase from 15 to 22. WCU enrollment was up. Our call volume has increased, and the difference, you'll see the difference in the number right here, where the 7,000 calls on the other page, it was 8,000. This has the community paramedicine numbers took out of it. That's why they weren't on there in this call volume here. Our drug-assisted airways have increased. Our ventilator transports have increased. Our cardiac arrest calls have increased. And our hours of callback, so from the time that one of us gets called in, those have increased from 22 to 23 as well. And our training officer, like I said, Kyle serves as a supervisor and a training officer at this time. He has a lot of responsibilities. We have 236 certifications that he has to keep track of. We do 120 hours of continuing education in a 4-year period for each person. So he has to make sure that they have everything they need so they can keep their license current. He also oversees our training institution through the North Carolina Office of VMS. This allows us to be able to hold our own classes. So we can teach our own classes. We don't have to rely on someone else. We do partner with other folks. We partner with Southwestern Community College and take classes with them. But we have the ability to take care of all the regulatory compliance for our institution and make sure that our folks are getting the training they need. The training officer needs to be a position by itself. That's a lot of responsibility for someone to handle. And most EMS systems do have a dedicated full-time training officer. So lastly, our salary increase. So we did a market study, and we are below market for paramedics in the region. And this changed so quickly. I think some of you were here last time when we were here, and at that time we were the highest, and then we went, everybody caught up and went over what we were at. So in 2023, we lost 10 full-time employees. That's 33% of our full-time staff. And the reason that the employees left was to go to a county service with benefits that we unfortunately are not able to offer here. They get the 12 paid holidays, the free employee health insurance, and a state pension retirement fund. And that's something we can't offer being a private EMS service. So, as you can see down here, we do get 25% of the first 6% on our 401k, equates to 1.25%. So the only way historically we've been able to compete with these county services is to pay ours a little bit more than what the market value is for the area. So here's our market study. We have all these agencies here, and Haywood's 2161, Transylvania 2484. You can see them go down through there, and once you average those, the market comes out to be 2313. What our proposal is to start paramedics at 2398. That will be a little bit above market value to ensure that we can recruit and retain the best paramedics to take care of mine and your families here in the county. So, like I said, we want to make sure that we stay competitive. What our proposal is we want to add 3 FTEs. What we would do is take that QRV and the supervisors, and we'd have 4 supervisors working a 24/72 schedule, and have a supervisor on duty 24 hours a day. And then the third one would be adding the training officer, and then the salary adjustment for our employees. So here's a breakdown of the cost. The salary with overtime and benefits times 3 employees comes to a yearly cost of $239,982. And then the cost of the market adjustment is $239,537. So what we're asking for is 4,079,519.60 to be added to our yearly allotment. We know that this is a lot of money and this is a lot to ask for, but we feel that this would be a great investment into EMS in Jackson County. We're growing at EMS, the county's growing, and a lot of times, we're running together. There's a lot of times that we have. Earlier today, Kyle's been on an ambulance today because we're short staffed today. We were able to find someone, later in the day to come in, but it's we feel like this will help us to be competitive and to keep folks coming to us, and then keep the folks that are here with us. I want to thank all of you for everything you do for this community, and thank you for giving me the chance to come up here and speak with you about what we're asking. If you have any questions, be more than happy to answer anything, and my contact information is on there as well if you have.
First question I have is current staff, are they above that 2398?
No, sir. So the salary adjustments, that would be to get everyone who is there correctly penetrated into the range at the new rate.
Sorry,
Yeah, that's the middle.
And out of that 479,000,
yes, sir,
519, that's what you're asking from us, right?
Yes, sir.
County has the hospital.
In addition to what we already get.
Right. Has the hospital supported a portion of that cost?
So, how our contract is set up with Jackson County, and Darlene can probably speak a whole lot better to this than I can, but with the money we receive from the county, and then what we bill out, anything that's a profit, we turn around and write the county a check at the end of the year for that, whatever that profit may be. And then if we sustain a loss, the county writes us a check. So we're a break-even service.
Right.
I know every year we've had the same contract since 2015, Darlene, is that right? We have wrote the county a check every year except for one. And that was 2 years ago. And that's when we did the salary adjustments at that time. And the reason is it was approved. We started the salary adjustments in January 1st, and we got the increase to our stipend July 1st. So there was that 6-month period there where the county wrote us a check to basically, I don't remember the amount off the top of my head. So.
There's no doubt we have to have EMS. And down 10.
Which would be your higher priority, having a supervisor on every shift, or?
Honestly,
I mean, I know you need it all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If we had to have our druthers, we would rather that our people get the salary adjustment. Is it going to be more work for the three of us? Absolutely. But, we want to make sure our folks are taken care of.
I'm not saying it's either or. I'm just
Right.
down to that.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
that salary adjustment should stay good for at least a couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah, what happened is, so the last time we did it, we did ours, and then we were the first ones. So then everybody else went the next year. And
what year did you do the?
22, yes. January 1st, I believe, is when we started in 2022.
And I know we'd had a conversation, been a few months ago, but tell me again. Most of EMS, they're county operated, right?
Most the other EMS services, yes, sir.
How many are like Harris in the state?
In the state, I don't know. In the region, most counties run their own EMS service.
That's what I thought.
Jackson County's, you know, we have two private services in Jackson County. We have us and Little Cashers Rescue Squad. So there's a Jackson County is a little bit different in that aspect, but you look around us, Haywood County has a county EMS, Macon County has a county EMS, Swain County has a county EMS, Buncombe County, Henderson County, you know, all the ones, Cherokee Tribals, obviously a tribal EMS, but it equates to the same as a county EMS. Everybody that we compete with for staff is a county EMS service, and that's what makes it difficult
I'd say so.
for us.
I know that or used to be certain days off of another rescue squad, their members could come and fill in, or maybe you contract, like say, some days Cashers rescue folks are off. Do they come down and work with Harris?
So we have people that work two full-time jobs essentially. They'll work. We have folks that work for us and Little Cashers EMS, so they'll get off at one, go to the other, or us and Haywood County EMS. Do we have any other work? Any other? Us and Cherokee Tribal EMS. So these folks, they work a lot. They work a lot of hours.
And when they come work for Harris or Jackson County, do they get their pay rate from their county or this county?
No, so they get our pay rate when they're here. Yep. Yeah, it's just we share employees.
So that would, whatever pay increase we might help with recruitment from other areas.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've had a couple people approach us, you know, because in EMS things get out pretty quick, and folks knew that we were coming today to talk to the board and ask, you know, for what we feel we need to help run this service in Jackson County, and we've had people ask us, you know, hey, when's that supposed to get approved? We're presenting on this day, you know, if things go well, we want to come work for you. So I mean, we've got people that are wanting to come. It's just, you know, financially, it's just if they can or not.
Any additional questions for Mr. Burrell?
How many vacancies do you have right now?
Right now, there are
2 full-time, a couple part-time.
Yeah, I know there's 2 full-time and a couple part-time. So we actually just SEC just graduated some, and we hired one from that class, and so we're working at getting them filled. It's tough though. There's not a lot of folks going into EMS, and to try to get those folks that are going into EMS, it's a difficult chore at times.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to ask the graduating class from SEC, are you familiar where they went to other than the one that came to Jackson?
Macon EMS.
How many graduated, you know?
3.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? There's a lot of services here, and there's
6 people, 5 to 3 people.
Yeah.
I was hearing
Yep. Well, Macon got 2/3 of them. So
Is there an age requirement to be in EMS, just 18, or is it?
it's for our service, it's 18. For county services, it's 21.
So, okay.
So we have benefited from that in the past, getting folks that are, you know, 19 or 20 years old. They can't work for a county service, and they'll come, you know, give us 2-3 good years, and then they're able to get their benefits, and they go to the county service, and they have experience at that point.
Yeah.
And we're a busy system. I mean, if you break down our calls per unit, you know, we're one of the busier ones in the region.
Glad y'all are moving back to New Hope.
Yes, sir. Me too.
A lot closer to Tuckasegee and Cullowhee.
My grandpa has worked days after days on that place.
Yes, sir. He has, and we appreciate him. I've talked to him several times on the telephone over the past few months to try to get this going. So.
He's tickled. So. And the church is too.
Absolutely.
That whole community is.
I'm not sure who's happier that we're coming back, us or them, because we're pretty excited about it ourselves. So.
Yeah. It looks nice out there. I walked through the house the other day, and they've really done a big improvement.
Yes, sir.
There, so.
thank you, gentlemen, for your time and service, and hopefully we can make this work.
All right. Well, thank y'all. I appreciate it. If y'all need anything, let us know.
Thank
You guys, thank you.
you.
Thank y'all.
Stay. All right. Well, any additional questions from the board or staff? Oh, do you want to discuss the
Sheet of paper that we
plan?
have no
Or?
idea.
Okay.
You just want to make us guess for a month. No.
All right. Having no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed?